I know what that is. That's from a TV show. Isn't that Lost in Space? I got a movie review later. I know you do. We'll get to it in a little bit. Hey, what time is it?
It's Podblast time!
Ha ha ha! And it's time to go! Welcome to the Nostalgic Podblast live show number 88. I'm your host, Chance Bartels, with you. Got a great show for you today. I think you're going to enjoy it. I have a lot of good audio, a lot of good clips, interviews with the stars, everything that you want to hear about if you like pop culture, some stuff from the past and some stuff from the present. First of all, I have an item we'll start with. And then later in the show, we're going to have our usual weekly tagline segment. This time, it's movie taglines, and these are not holiday-themed movies. These are just regular movies. Some are older movies, and some are more recent movies. There's only 10 of them, and I'm going to play scenes from each of the movies. It's kind of a fun game. Got the standard nostalgic toy of the week, nostalgic treat of the week. Usually it's junk food. And then we have a movie review from our friend Al Hardy, who was busy at the movie theaters this past week. He saw the Versace movie, and he's just dying to tell you about it. But first up, item. The Fonz is selling his stuff from his Happy Days days. That's right, Henry Winkler is selling his stuff, and let's listen to this news piece, if I can get it to go. God dang America. This is from an ABC affiliate in Los Angeles, ABC 7. I'm going to read it to you. I can't get it to go. Henry Winkler is looking back and letting go of his happy days. See what they did there? Very clever writing. The Fonz is saying goodbye to memorabilia he's had since the show began on ABC back in 1974. Fresh off the craze of the American Graffiti movie in the theaters, ABC scrambled to resurrect a skit that was originally on Love American Style. And Happy Days debuted in January 1974. Obviously, it was a big hit television show. It went to number one in 1976, topping All in the Family. But for Henry Winkler, those happy days spread to happy weeks, months, years, and decades. Now, Winkler is ready to part with a collection of cherished items he saved from his days on the show. Quote, "I will never say goodbye because it's always in my heart and always in my mind. It was the show that threw me out into the world, and I will always be grateful," he said. Letting a physical thing go doesn't in any way diminish the enormity of the experience. And I met Henry Winkler in 2010. He's a very nice man. I don't mean to do like this poor man's impression. That's kind of how he talks. At least that's in my experience. And by the way, this past week, I'll get on with this story here. I met Curtis, who has the Retro Zest podcast. We had lunch Wednesday of this last week, and he's a very nice guy. He left me all these 1980s style pins. I posted a photo of it in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Very nice guy. And he shared some of his secrets. And he has close to 30,000 followers on his show page. It's a page, not a group, on Facebook. Retro Zest Podcast. He's really good about noting every birthday, every anniversary, every hit song anniversary, every celebrity birthday. And he has a nice little digital piece of art that he created with a still picture and stuff. And really good information there. But getting back to this story, the reason I brought him up was he was actually at this event back in 2010 that Henry Winkler was at. It was at the Cobb Galleria. I know if you're in another state outside of Georgia, I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia area, it won't mean squat to you. It was a Wizard World convention, and he posted a picture with him and his son, with Henry Winkler, and then I posted an autographed picture I got the next day on, I forget what it was, the 5th of something, 2010, the 5th of August, I think. Anyway. So, the Fonz's motorcycle and his famous leather jacket are expected to fetch tens of thousands of dollars on the auction block. The signature jacket didn't start out that way. When I first wore it, it was fabric. And remember, it was a cloth like a windbreaker. And I couldn't keep the collar up. Then ABC allowed me to wear leather, and it was so great. And I got to be somebody I never was. I never could be. And now I look at it, and it's annoying because it no longer fits. Winkler's collection of items from Happy Days and beyond are part of an auction called TCM Presents Hollywood Cool. Winkler is donating a nice portion of the proceeds to This Is About Humanity. I guess that's a charity. How cool. His daughter Zoe and two friends started the nonprofit to support separated and reunited families at the border. Not one penny goes to administration, Winkler said. There are no paper clips, there are no secretaries or no pencils. There is only the needs of the children. While Winkler graces the cover of the Hollywood Cool catalog, he's never seen himself that way. As I get older, I think I'm getting closer to just being authentic, he said. But if other people want to think I'm cool, well, I'm down. The TCM Presents Hollywood Cool auction is December 8th. Through the auction house, Bonhams. Let me see if I can play this audio now. I wanted to play for you in his own words, so I didn't have to do that lame impression of Henry Winkler.
Happy Days star Henry Winkler told us today that Eddie was an energetic talent filled with spirit. Well, we also talked with...
He's talking about the passing of Eddie Mecca. We'll get to that later in the show. Poor planning on my part. He was on the cast of Laverne and Shirley, best known as playing the big Ragu. We'll get to that in a moment, but let's continue with this while I have it going.
Henry today for another reason. He is saying goodbye to memorabilia he's had since Happy Days began back in 1974.
Sunday, Monday, happy days.
Oh, I better talk over that.
Winkler, those happy days spread to happy weeks, months,
The
years,
bots will get
and
me.
decades. Now, Henry is ready to part with a collection of cherished items he's saved from his days as the Fonz.
I never will say goodbye because it is always in my heart and always in my mind. It was the show that threw me out into the world, and I will always be grateful. Letting a physical thing go doesn't in any way diminish the enormity of the experience.
The Fonz's motorcycle and his famous leather jacket are expected to fetch tens of thousands of dollars. And that signature jacket, it didn't start out that way.
When I first wore it, it was fabric, and I couldn't keep the collar up. Then ABC allowed me to wear leather, and it was so great. And I got to be somebody I never was, I never could be. And now I look at it, and it's annoying because it no longer fits.
Henry's collection of items from Happy Days and beyond are part of an auction called TCM Presents Hollywood Cool. Henry is donating a nice portion of the proceeds to This Is About Humanity. His daughter Zoe and 2 friends started the nonprofit to support separated and reunified families at the border.
Not one penny goes to administration. There are no paper clips, there are no secretaries, there are no pencils. There is only the needs of the children.
While Henry graces the cover of the Hollywood Cool catalog, he's never seen himself that way.
As I get older, I think I'm getting closer to just being authentic. But if other people want to think I'm cool, I'm down.
I think he's cool. The Hollywood Presents, TCM Presents Hollywood Cool auction is December 8th through the auction house Bonhams.
How about that? And I love Henry Winkler. He's a great performer, but he was wearing a hideous lime green sweater in that piece. It's on my Facebook page. You can see a screenshot of it. The show page, the Nostalgic Podblast. But thank you to ABC7 for use of that clip. Now, time to get serious. As I just mentioned, Eddie Mecca has died. It's got a good response of people mourning him. He was very, very talented, very underrated, as some have stated on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. He could sing, he could dance, he could juggle, he could do it all. He was multi-talented, and he got, sort of typecast for Laverne and Shirley, and he went on the game show circuit on shows like the Match Game Hollywood Squares Hour. It only lasted 1 year on NBC from 1983 to 1984. It's been a while, but he's been on doing some stand-up comedy of late, so he has been out there until his untimely passing. But I want to play a little piece. Yeah. I want to play this in the background as I read about the Big Ragu. Eddie Mecca was born Saturday, June 14th, 1952. And sadly, he passed away at the age of 69 on November 27th. And he played Carmine Ragusa, as I said, on the hit show Laverne and Shirley. And his friends announced his passing on social media. After November 27th, a few days, about a week later, the news broke on Twitter. No cause of death was given. And, of course, his character was Shirley Feeney's, played by Cindy Williams' singing boyfriend on TV's Laverne and Shirley from 1976 to 1983. His character was known to burst into song on the series, often belting, I'd go from rags to riches. See, I have no talent. He does. To get Shirley to forgive him for any of his shortcomings. Cindy Williams, who also toured in productions of Grease and It Had to Be You with Eddie Mecca decades after the series ended, tweeted of his passing, "My darling Eddie, a world-class talent who could do it all. I love you dearly. I'll miss you so much. But oh, the marvelous memories." The Big Ragu's itch to perform showcased Mecca's song and dance talents prior to his TV career. He was nominated for a Tony Award. That's an award, obviously, for Broadway performances live in front of paying patrons for his performance in the 1975 Broadway musical, The Lieutenant. And he was born June 14th, 1952 in Massachusetts, in Worcester, Massachusetts. Mecca was also a regular on the series Blanky's Beauties in 1977. I didn't know that. And he jitterbugged with Madonna in director Penny Marshall, who of course played Laverne in Laverne and Shirley's 1992 hit film A League of Their Own, which she directed. He had a small role also in the 2006 movie version of Dreamgirls. Thanks to extratv.com for that. Let me see if I can play a little bit of their piece, with their permission, of course. And this is the 45 record of the theme from Laverne and Shirley. and it's by Cindy Greco. I played it last week. Let's see if we can get this for you. Yeah. Let's listen to this. This is from
a regular on
The Hollywood Reporter.
Shirley and a Tony Award nominee.
Back it up
Actor
here.
Eddie Mecca, a regular on the sitcom Laverne and Shirley and a Tony Award nominee, has died. He was 69. According to Mecca's official Facebook page, the actor died Saturday at his home in California. A cause of death was not given. Mecca made his Broadway debut in the 1975 rock opera The Lieutenant. Though the show closed after
like
only
deja
9
vu, folks.
performances, it
Sorry.
earned 4 Tony nominations, including one for Mecca as Best Actor in a Musical. He landed the role of Carmine Ragusa, aka the Big Ragu, Shirley's boyfriend, on Laverne and Shirley in 1976, and remained with the series throughout its 8-season run on ABC. Shirley actress Cindy Williams remembered Mecca on Twitter, writing, "My darling Eddie, a world-class talent who could do it all. I love you dearly. I'll miss you so much, but oh, the marvelous memories." She also shared a video montage of some of Mecca's best moments on the series.
I know that.
Let's
Look,
do.
You're gonna start with this Prince Charming on the white horse bit. It's bad enough that I'm taking horseback riding lessons.
Mecca's credits over the years include the TV series Fantasy Island, True Blue, California Dreams, and Love Made Easy, among
Love Boat.
many others. For more on the life and career of Eddie Mecca, go to thr.com. For the
There you go. The Hollywood Reporter. And over a year ago, we lost fellow Laverne and Shirley co-star David Lander, who played Squiggy. And he passed away on Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020, at the age of 73. And rest in peace to both Penny Marshall, whom I mentioned previously, and her brother Gary, who both passed away in 2018 and 2016, respectively. Item. What year were you born? I'd like to read a list of TV shows that won Emmy Awards the year that you were born. Example, I'm telling on myself here. I was born in late November 1970. So I have bookmarked in my Bible, my TV Bible, a list of everything that won an Emmy Award. It's very short, a short list from the 1970 to 1971 season. So in comments, let me know what year you were born if you're interested in knowing what the top, according to the Academy, TV shows were that year. So this was presented May 9th, 1971 for the 1970-71 season. Outstanding series, comedy, All in the Family. Norman Lear, producer, CBS. Outstanding drama, The Senator, The Bold Ones. David Levinson, producer. Outstanding single program, dramata or comedy, The Andersonville Trial. Hollywood Television Theater. Louis Friedman, producer. Outstanding variety series or musical, The Flip Wilson Show. The devil made me wear this dress. I love that variety show. Variety shows were really hot in the 70s. I like the Donnie Marie show. I did. I admit it, I did. I thought they had a lot of talent and a lot of teeth. There were a lot of jokes back then about their teeth rivaling Jimmy Carter's kisser in terms of his teeth. So let's see here. Yeah, so the Flip Wilson, Monty Kaye, executive producer, and Bob Henry, producer for NBC. Outstanding variety series, Talk. The David Frost Show, Peter Barker, producer, syndicated show. Outstanding single program, variety or musical, variety and popular music, Singer Presents, like The Sewing Machine, I guess. Singer Presents, Burt Bacharach. Gary Smith, Dwight Hemison, producers. Outstanding single program, variety or musical, classical music, Leopold Stokowski. Net Festival, Curtis W. Davis, executive producer. Outstanding new series, All in the Family. Norman Lear, producer. We'll talk about All in the Family in just a little bit. I've got some ratings data. It's pretty interesting, I think. Good historical lesson there for us all here. Outstanding single performance by an actor in a leading role, George C. Scott in The Price. And that was the Hallmark Hall of Fame on NBC. Outstanding single performance by an actress in a leading role, Lee Grant, The Neon Ceiling. World premiere, NBC, Monday night at the movies. Man, she was creepy in The Omen Part 2 in 1978, the sequel to the hit Richard Donner directed The Omen. I've always belonged to him. She sticks the daggers in the guts of William Holden's character at the end of that movie. God, scary shit. Anything about the devil scares the hell out of me. Anything supernatural. I think it's more terrifying than Michael Myers or Chucky. the ventriloquist dummy doll. You know, any slasher can't compare to the supernatural, like The Exorcist, for instance. All right, almost done with this list. Outstanding continued performance by an actor in a leading role in a dramatic series, 1970 and 1971, is Hal Holbrook for The Senator, The Bold Ones on NBC. Outstanding continued performance by an actress in a leading role in a dramatic series, Susan Hampshire for The First Churchills, Masterpiece Theater for PBS. Are you still there? I doubt you are. This is kind of boring, huh? Outstanding continued performance by an actor in a leading role in a comedy series, Jack Klugman, The Odd Couple for ABC, based on the movie, of course. Outstanding continued performance by an actress in a leading role in a comedy series, Jean Stapleton, All in the Family, as the Dingbat, Archie's lovable wife. The Dingbat, as he called her. Outstanding performance by an actor in a supporting role in drama, David Burns for The Price, Hallmark Hall of Fame, NBC. Outstanding performance by an actress in a supporting role in drama, Margaret Leighton for Hamlet, again, Hallmark Hall of Fame, NBC. She was in a Space 1999 episode. Absolutely no one will know this or care. I have it on 16mm film, mint print, called Collision Course, but she was an older lady. I think she was a dame, too. I think she was like the equivalent of being knighted for men. Outstanding performance by an actor in a supporting role in comedy, Edward Asner for The Mary Tyler Moore Show, CBS. Outstanding performance by an actress in a supporting role in a comedy, that's Valerie Harper for The Mary Tyler Moore Show, which she played Rhoda on CBS. Outstanding directorial achievement in drama for a series, that would be Daryl Duke for The Day the Lion Died, from The Senator. That was an episode of The Senator, The Bold Ones on NBC. And finally, Outstanding Directorial Achievement in Drama, 1970 and 1971 season for a single program, that's Fielder Cook for The Price for Hallmark Hall of Fame on NBC. Oh my God, there's more. I think I better stop. There's a whole another page of stuff here. This isn't as good a piece as I thought when I was drinking a beer planning this pod blast, but I have some really good stuff coming up. Should I keep going with this? Outstanding Directorial Achievement in Comedy, Jay Sandrich for The Mary Tyler Moore Show for the episode Toll House is one of my favorite artists. Outstanding Directorial Achievement in Variety or Music Series, Mark Warren of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In for the segment on October 26, 1970. Outstanding Directorial Achievement in Variety or Music Special, Sterling Johnson, Timex presents The Peggy Fleming at Sun Valley, NBC. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Drama Series, Joel Alinsky for To Taste of Death But Once. And again, that's for The Senator, The Bold Ones, NBC. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Drama, Writing, Original Teleplayer Special, Tracy Keane Wynn and Marvin Schwartz, Tribes for Movie of the Week, ABC. Oh, God. I guess I'll finish it. This is so bad, so boring. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Drama Adaptation or Special, Saul Levitt for The Andersonville Trial on PBS. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Comedy Series, James L. Brooks and Alan Burns for Support Your Local Mother. That's an episode of The Mary Tyler Moore Show on CBS. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Variety or Music Series, Herbert Baker, Hal Goodman, Larry Klein. It's one of those deals where like 10 guys come up on the stage, guys and gals, to get their writing credit. Anyway, it was for The Flip Wilson Show. I won't read all the names, with Lena Horne and Tony Randall, which aired on December 10th, 1970 at NBC. Outstanding Writing Achievement in Comedy, Variety, or Music Special, Bob Ellison and Marty Farrell for Singer Presents Burt Bacharach on CBS. Outstanding Achievement within regularly scheduled news programs, 5-part investigation of welfare, NBC Nightly News. Wallace Westfelt, executive producer. David Teitelbaum, producer for NBC. Outstanding achievement within regularly scheduled news programs, parenthesis, individuals. Bruce Morton, correspondent for reports from the Lieutenant Calley trial. The CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite, CBS. Almost done. Outstanding achievement in news documentary programming. The Selling of the Pentagon. Perry Wolf, executive producer. Peter Davis, producer, CBS. The World of Charlie Company. Ernest Leiser, executive producer. Oh, God, this is so bad. NBC White Paper. Pollution is a Matter of Choice. Fred Freed, producer, all for NBC. Outstanding achievement in news documentary programming, individuals. Oh, good God. John Lawrence, correspondent. The World of Charlie Company, CBS. Fred Freed, writer. NBC News white paper pollution is a matter of choice for NBC. Why did I do this? This has got to be my worst Podblast segment ever. Outstanding achievement in magazine-type programming or programs. Gulf of Tonkin segment for 60 minutes. Joseph Wershba, producer. The Great American Dream Machine, A.H. Perlmutter and Jack Willis, executive producers for PBS. Outstanding achievement in magazine-type programming. Oh, are you still there? Are you asleep yet? That's what this is designed to do, is put you to sleep. Jesus, Lord in heaven. Outstanding achievement in magazine-type programming individuals. Mike Wallace, correspondent for 60 minutes. 2 more left, folks. 3 more left. Outstanding achievement in cultural documentary programming or programs. The Everglades. Craig Fisher, producer, NBC. The Making of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Ronald Priceman, producer. Arthur Penn, 1922. Themes and Variants. Robert Hughes, producer for PBS. Second to the last award. Emmys 1970 to 71 season. Outstanding achievement in cultural documentary programming. Individuals. Oh, God. Nana Mahamo, narrator for A Black View of South Africa, CBS. And Robert Gunnett and Theodore H. Strauss, writers for They've Killed President Lincoln for NBC. Robert Young, director. Then The Eskimo Fight for Life for CBS. Special classification is the final one, thank God. Special classification of outstanding individual achievement. Harvey Korman for the Carol Burnett Show, CBS. And his son, Christopher Korman, has been on this very show, The Nostalgic Podblast. After this segment, I had to end it. It's just the order of my list here in my book. It's not intentional, but at least it ended on a good note. This was a bad idea. I have to check the comments to see if anyone told me. No one's going to want to know after all that how long it is. I thought it was just 1/2 page. I didn't realize, boy, that's poor planning on my part. Let's get on to something else here. Some fun stuff. Some daily pop culture news. Let's see here. Well, I mentioned last week Hawkeye on Disney Plus. That dropped, and the first 3 episodes are out now, and it's starting to get really good. Last week, I talked about how unrealistic it is that a 22-year-old powerless girl who can shoot a bow and arrow could take on mobsters and beat them, like a whole small army of them. And I thought, that suspends my disbelief a little much, but it got better. And I should have learned from WandaVision that you must have trust in the powers that be at Marvel Studios. It's really getting good. I do have a couple things to note, though. Jeremy Renner, who plays Hawkeye, he's starting to look a little like Peter Lorre. Do you know who he is, Peter Lorre? He acted in the golden age of Hollywood. He was quite a character actor. And I'm not trying to be a negative ninny, but the CGI was a bit lacking in the 3rd episode of Hawkeye, particularly when an arrow is launched during a Brooklyn Bridge chase. I think it was the Brooklyn Bridge. It's in New York City. Where there's a purple substance in the arrow, and you could tell it was just green screen city. It seemed very rushed, the special effects in that sequence. It was a great action sequence, don't get me wrong, but look for the scene where the purple arrow goes off if you're into Marvel stuff. And it is a pretty good show, and it's brand new on Disney Plus Hawkeye. Look for it. Item. This past weekend, we're in December 2021 as I'm live here. Last night, MeTV rolled over with their Sci-Fi Saturday Night with the start of the Irwin Allen live-action sci-fi series Land of the Giants. And what they did was they played the pilot or the first episode, the only one directed by Irwin Allen, who went on to direct all those disaster movies like The Poseidon Adventure and Swarm with the bees and The Towering Inferno. But before all that, he did science fiction shows, starting with Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, which was a TV adaptation of his own movie he directed, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, released in 1961 by 20th Century Fox. Then he did Lost in Space, which lasted 3 years. The Time Tunnel, which only lasted 1 year. We've talked about that before. It had some stiff competition in the ratings. It was a good show, but it was very expensive, and ABC canceled it after 1 year, just like they did that same season with The Green Hornet, a spinoff of Batman. But I digress. So Land of the Giants was his 4th live-action TV show. And after Time Tunnel, it was actually shot in 1967, but what ABC did, they produced 12 episodes, And then they waited until September 1968, almost a year later, after those first 12 episodes were produced, to debut it. And Land of the Giants aired Sunday nights at 7 o'clock. That was the music I played at the very top of tonight's Nostalgic Podblast. But it started on September 22nd, 1968, running until September 6th, 1970. That was a rerun. Years before the similarly titled Land of the Lost. I'm in Generation X, and Land of the Giants aired before my time, before I was born, and a lot of my colleagues probably don't remember it. In the Atlanta, Georgia area, it wasn't syndicated very well. It was on the USA Network on cable. In like 1989, 1990, it would air after Lost in Space, and then it was on the Sci-Fi Channel, which launched in, I think, September 1992. So I saw it when I was, pretty old, really. I wasn't a kid anymore, and I watched it, and I liked it. It was an okay show. It was a little bit more serious than Lost in Space. Lost in Space turned so damn campy to compete with Batman. It started out great in black and white, and then Jonathan Harris, and it just became Will, Robot, and Smith, their show. And poor guy Williams, who was Zorro previously, he really took a backseat. And then the damn pilot to Lost in Space, there was no Dr. Smith or Robot. But I digress. We're talking about Land of the Giants. Here's an interesting thing, I think. 20th Century Fox, before Disney bought Fox, they accidentally, I think it was a mistake, they put the unaired version of the pilot into what's called a package for syndication. So what happens is like a channel, a network like MeTV, will order a series, Land of the Giants, and then they just air what the distributor, 20th Century Fox, sends them. And I don't know why they didn't send them the aired version, and here's why. The aired version was changed. That when it finally aired on September 22nd, 1968, there were significant changes done to the pilot. For one thing, Alexander Courage had scored the music. Now, who's that? He did the Star Trek theme and music for a lot of Star Trek episodes. And he worked for Irwin Allen on Lost in Space. He scored a few season 2 episodes of Lost in Space, like Wild Adventure, the second color episode. Anyway, no one gives a shit about that. But so Irwin gave him a shot at scoring the pilot to Land of the Giants, including a theme song. Well, Irwin hated the music, so he scrapped it all, and he hired his buddy Johnny Williams, as he was called in those days. And you know John Williams, he scored all the blockbuster movies years later, like Superman, the movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Harry Potter series, Fiddler on the Roof, Jaws. I mean, iconic stuff. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. E.T. He did all the Spielberg movies. I mean, just a really prolific talent. And so Irwin had hired him for Lost in Space. Johnny Williams had scored the first, third, fifth, and seventh episode of the first season of Lost in Space when it was still dramatic before it went to crap, campy crap. And then he scored the season 3 jazzed up theme I played on the Podblast ad nauseum of Lost in Space. So during the third season of Lost in Space, Land of the Giants went into production. And, he said, would you rescore this from scratch? I hate the music. I hate this music that Courage did, Alexander Courage, and it was bad. So point being, if you saw this on MeTV, I did a post on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, and I probably a minute amount of people probably gave a damn about it, because I think a lot of people like comedy, and they're not necessarily into science fiction, and I understand that, and I respect that. But I did a post anyway, letting you know, and they gave it such a crappy time slot, 3 a.m., Saturday night into Sunday morning, technically Sunday morning, across the board, West Coast, East Coast, everywhere. It's 3 a.m. on MeTV. But I don't think even MeTV realizes, and they're good with their social media, I don't think they realize that they're airing the unaired version. Another thing besides adding John Williams is they added a great scene after ABC picked it up to be a weekly series with a giant dog attack. The biggest joke about Land of the Giants is that it's set in 1983 in a transcontinental flight. And it's kind of like what Bezos is doing, really. They're like on the edge of the atmosphere, almost into outer space, to get there, faster than what was once the Concorde, right? It was like a super fast flight to London. That was their destination. And then they see this ball in space, and they pass through it, and it takes them into another dimension. But what's cool about Land of the Giants is that the world they go to, not only are the people much larger than them, and the animals and the spiders and the insects and everything, the buildings, it's all much bigger than the Earthlings, but their technology is not as advanced as Earth. It's pretty cool. I like that element. And it's like kind of like the state controls all aspect of the Giants' lives. And there's a character, Inspector Kobik, and he learns of the Giants' existence, and he's obsessed with capturing them to learn their secrets of technology. And so he was a major character in the show, introduced toward the middle of season 1. I think he came along because, as I said, they shot about 12 episodes before it started, airing. They had 12 in the can, and then they waited months and months and months to debut it. But he was a cool character played by Kevin Hagen, and it's almost like a Nazi world. It's terrible. It's a terrible society, all run by the state, and it was kind of like a Twilight Zone. Rod Serling wrote a lot of scripts about planets like that, where it's just a horrible, horrible way of life and a horrible place to live. But I digress from my script here. Oh, I want to tell you a little bit about this. Land of the Giants, 51 episodes overall were filmed. And it was, like I said, shown in reruns in the 70s and 80s and 90s, including USA Network and Sci-Fi Channel. I'll mention that. And during season 1, Land of the Giants was scheduled opposite Lassie and Gentle Ben on CBS. Land of the Giants was on ABC. And then it was opposite The New Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Huck Finn it was called, The New Adventures of Huck Finn, and the first half of tough competition, Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color on NBC. Ironically, Disney now owns Land of the Giants as part of their major acquisition of the massive 20th Century Fox TV and film library. So now they're just part of the Mickey Mouse family. The Land of the Giants show is. When season 2 aired, CBS replaced Gentle Ben with a show called To Roam with Love to battle the Giants. And NBC tried Wild Kingdom before the first half of Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color in the ratings war during that second year that Land of the Giants was on the air. Now, get this unaired pilot, the reason I made such a big deal about it on social media, and I tweeted it, and I put it on my Instagram, everything, was because I paid $250 just to see this unaired pilot. Because in 2007, 20th Century Fox, before Disney bought them out, put out this cool set. It's like a cage with the little people in it. It had all these extras, including, at long last, the unaired pilot. So really, and it had a reproduction of a comic book, like a Gold Key comic book, and it had all these cool extras, little cards. It was like a nerdorama. It just was just something to give a nerd like me a lot of pleasure. It was really a cool set, and it was worth the $250. But everyone else had a chance to see it for free on MeTV. And this is like the third or fourth, maybe the fifth cycle, which means it takes a whole year. Since there's 51 episodes, it takes a year, because they air it once a week on MeTV, to get to the unaired pilot. And they've never really posted that, hey, you might want to check this out. They always are really good about their trivia, the MeTV social media. And I can't believe they have not, to my knowledge, ever done a post letting people know about Alexander Courage's music. And there's also extra scenes. That was the more important thing, was that a lot of the characterization was cut and sacrificed in order for new action scenes with giant spiders and a dog attack, which was a great sequence. And I have a 16 millimeter print I paid $500 for back in 2007, the same year I paid $250 for the entire series on DVD and that limited edition box set I told you about in the cage. And the color is still holding up. It's a Fuji color print. To non-film collectors, that won't mean anything. Just basically, it's better than Kodak Eastman color stock, film stock. The color is still with it, and it's awesome on film because it's got the John Williams music, the dog attack scene, and all that. I'm repeating myself, and I've got to move on with other things tonight in the pod blast. Okay, I talked about the dog attack. Yeah, once it had been confirmed that Land of the Giants had been picked up by ABC, the pilot was reworked, and production began on succeeding episodes. However, a break in production occurred after 12 episodes were in the can. I know I've already said that. They actually had enough for a short run as a mid-season replacement. Back in those days, they'd have a winter replacement series that would start typically in January. For instance, The Invaders, the Quinn Martin Invaders show, started as a winter replacement series in its first year on January 10th, 1967, in the middle of the 1966 to 1967 season. And that's also part of the Sci-Fi Saturday Night lineup on MeTV at 5 a.m. They used to air it at midnight, The Invaders, and that was just a killer time slot. Not too late, but perfect for the atmosphere and the mood of that very dark show, The Invaders, with architect David Vincent. And we're going to talk about the narrator, Dick Wesson. This was the guy that would say, tonight's episode, Murder No More. He would announce the guest stars and reveal the episode title of all the shows. And they made fun of that. We're going to talk later about the Great Police Squad show. And they hired him in 1982, Dick Wesson, to announce those episodes. And, as a parody to that very dramatic narration he did for all those Quinn Martin produced shows. So let's see. I did have a couple clips from Land of the Giants, and then we'll move on. Yeah. Let's see. Let me get my clip machine, and we will proceed. It's so interesting how Disney is just buying up everything that I like. And I wonder if they're going to stream Land of the Giants on Disney Plus. I'm sure they will. It's probably in their plans. Now, here's a cool promotional film. Yes, I'm glad I remembered this. This is from 1967, before Land of the Giants went into production. This is narrated by Dick Tufeld, who was the narrator and the voice of the robot on Lost in Space. He had a killer voice, and this is for the network. This is to entice ABC to buy Land of the Giants. Listen to this. It's very brief, but it's cool. Irwin Allen's Land of the Giants, it says on the screen.
1967, the year of the Giants. The newest concept in incredible entertainment. Infraspace suborbital passenger flight 703, Los Angeles to London in 4 minutes. The pilot, Tim Burton, 26 years old, 3-year veteran of futuristic transports. Dan Erickson, 25 years old, ex-decathlon star, Tim Burton's co-pilot since 1978. Betty Ann Hamilton, stewardess, 22, a slightly nervous newcomer to spaceflight. 4 passengers, Mark Wilson, 34 years old, ex-construction boss, ex-wildcatter, a self-made millionaire at 30, now on his way to a business conference in London. Joan Templeton, DSc, MD, PhD, geneticist, destination, an international scientific meeting at the Royal Academy of Medicine. Barry Lockridge, age 11, orphan, a 4-foot hero with quivering lip, on his way to shelter with English cousins he's never met. The final passenger, Peter Lingelhopper, Hopper, alias Lingle, alias the Hop, conman, embezzler, and currently bogus Navy commander, a man on the run. His tightly clutched prize, a stolen $1 million in small bills. "500 miles above Earth, 17 minutes out of London, Flight 703, in trouble."
Recycled music from Lost in Space, Episode 1 by John Williams. The Reluctant Stowaway.
7 people on the threshold of a strange and terrifying adventure. Into a space warp caused by cosmic photon mass. And out into another world. A world beyond any conceivable nightmare.
It's very enticing, I think, as it's designed to be. They're showing stock shots of the Jupiter 2 because they hadn't produced Land of the Giants yet. They're showing an example of how it might play out. Oh, jeez. It's showing a sketch, really cool sketch art. I'm doing a bad job describing this, of a boy, a giant boy holding the ship, which was actually done, performed in the pilot and first episode.
Safety, but one passenger is not content to wait. Unbelieving, he runs out into a world of horror.
Horror.
In the land of the giants.
There's a giant cat, giant spider. Told you about the dog attack. It was, for its time, they did a good job with the effects.
In the open, seeks their only refuge.
They hide into a test tube, and then a giant grabs the test tube. All right, I'm going to continue. This is pretty visual, and it's on YouTube if you want to see this artwork. It's all drawn out and done with the stock footage, like I mentioned. And the title of this on YouTube is Land of the Giants Promo Film 1967. So I'm going to cut that. But what was interesting, there was, like I said, a giant scientist in the pilot. And in the beginning, they didn't even speak English, the aliens, the giant aliens. They just had this weird dialect, like, blah, blah. You couldn't understand what they were saying, which they eventually changed because I guess someone realized, one of the writers says, hey, Irwin, we got to have them speak English. It's going to be pretty boring if the aliens, the giants, can't communicate with our heroes. And the Spindrift was the name of the ship. They changed the name, just like in Lost in Space, it was the Gemini 12 originally, then they changed it to the Jupiter 2. As you heard, the character names were different, and Don Marshall played one of the pilots, and he was an African-American actor who had just been in Star Trek Season 1 in an episode called The Galileo 7, where a shuttlecraft crashes. You'd recognize Don Marshall. He's been in a lot of stuff, a lot of shows at the time, like Vegas and The Incredible Hulk. He's just a good actor. He's no longer with us, but he was one of the main stars. And then Deanna Lund was in it. And I have on film, she did a cigarette ad, Just the Right Touch. What was it? Right Touch. Right Touch. In the very last Fugitive episode, the highest rated show until the Who Shot JR episode, I have a print with the original commercials. And there's Deanna Lund right before she started acting in Land of the Giants as an actress. She's kind of like, it's a takeoff on Ginger in Gilligan's Island. She's a redhead. And there's 7 people that are marooned. It's a lot like Gilligan's Island, Lost in Space. It's 7. Why is it always 7 people when people are in those days, in the 60s, in the 1960s, mid to late 1960s shows where people are marooned? It's always 7 people. What's up with that? Anyway, but Deanna Lund, who was involved with Larry King, I might add, years later, she married her co-star, Matheson. I almost said Tim Matheson. That was the guy in Animal House. Oh, God, I forgot his name. But she married one of her co-stars, and they had a kid together. But Deanna Lund, Just the Right Touch. What was that? Oh, that's going to be a good tagline. I'm going to do cigarette taglines down in a future episode of the Nostalgic Podblast. But Just the Right Touch. It was a menthol cigarette. Menthol cigarette. Just the right touch. Hang on a second. I don't want to say it's Salem. No, I can't friggin' Winston? No, not when. This is boring. I'll figure it out next week. I'll mention what it was because I'm curious myself. I can't remember, and I have the damn commercial on film. She's great in it, smoking that cigarette, real sexy in that. So I don't know if I should risk playing a little bit of the John Williams music. It might seem boring, but it's really dramatic. Don't you like the music from Jaws? I mean, it's iconic, right? Music really sets the mood, especially in like the Friday the 13th movies. I think music can make a scene much more dramatic or terrifying or romantic. And John Williams just, of course, had a flair for writing incredible music that he scored. Oh, but before that, here's a 1-minute preview. I have this on 16mm film. I spliced it before the first episode, the aired version of Land of the Giants. This is cool. This is 1 minute of scenes from the pilot of Land of the Giants. Let me see if I can get this to go.
The year 1983. A spaceship out of control.
What are you doing? We can't level off. I need to get back in orbit.
Look for yourself. You don't have the reserve power.
Headed for oblivion. An oblivion in a nightmare environment. 7 people must learn to survive, to live a miniature existence in a land of fantastic proportions.
If you can create a distraction, I think I can climb up there.
I'm gonna get out of here!
From now on, that's just the way it's gonna be in this world.
Land of the Giants, in color.
That announcer, that was William Woodson, who was the narrator of The Invaders and The Odd Couple. He's the guy that narrated the opening of The Odd Couple years later. But in that first episode, like I said, there was a giant scientist. And the funny thing is, to me, he looks just like George Lucas did back in the days where he directed American Graffiti and Star Wars. Remember the interviews you've seen with George Lucas from back in the day before he got a big fat turkey neck, before he got successful and fat? He had a beard and glasses. And I swear that actor that played the giant scientist that winds up capturing two of the main characters, they fall into a trap. And unlike the drawing where it was a test tube, it's like a cage. And they get trapped. And he takes them. He's fascinated with these little people. And it's him and a female scientist. And one of my favorite lines, this is kind of stupid. We're about to move on from Land of the Giants, by the way. But I love it. There's a scene where the other heroes try to rescue them. They figure out that two of their own are captured, the Earthlings. And they go in to rescue their friends. And so they set up this gas to explode. And and it does. And I love this actress who plays a giant scientist. She goes, "It exploded!" It's kind of like bad acting. Just, you have to see it. Anyone that knows the pilot or first episode of Land of the Giants, watch that scene where the explosion happens and she goes, "It exploded!" I don't know. I'm easily amused. What can I say? And then I have one other quick clip of Jonathan Harris, Dr. Smith. 2 years after Lost in Space ended, he guest starred as the Pied Piper in season 2 of Land of the Giants. By the way, I'm going to play a little bit. John Williams scored a second theme for Land of the Giants for season 2. At the very top of the show, I played a reorchestration because the bots will get me. I couldn't play the original John Williams version of season 1 of Land of the Giants. He scored a second theme for season 2, like he did for Lost in Space. Season 1 and 2 of Lost in Space had one theme, then season 3 had a jazzed up version. So I think I have it here. Damn it, I hope I did. This is by Neil Norman. God dang it. Yes, Neil Norman and his Cosmic Orchestra reorchestrated the John Williams season 2 theme. Here it is. That's a giant cat. They had a sound effect. Anyway. Love that. That was by Neil Norman and his Cosmic Orchestra in the late 70s. He produced a lot of albums in early 80s. I think that was from a 1983 Science Fiction Hits Volume 3. Again, I can't play the original versions, but I'm telling you, man, the music that Alexander Courage scored for the Land of the Giants pilot sucked, in my opinion. It was not good at all. It was not good. And so John Williams came in, and let me see if I can just play just a little bit of it. I hope the bots won't get me. Let me see here. I know I'm a geek. This is when the giant boy has a hold of the ship, the Spindrift. He found it in the road after they landed in the street. Anyway. See, John Williams is great. It's so dramatic. Now they've broken away with their retros from the giant boy. And Don Marshall's like, my God, we're 5,000 feet. There's buildings all around us. Climb, baby, climb. It can't be. It just can't be, Betty, the stewardess, says when she sees the giant boy. Ah! Heather Young was the actress who played Betty. What are you doing, Steve? We can't level off. We don't have the reserve fuel. Look for yourself. I posted a clip of this from my film print on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com. It's very primitive. It's me filming my movie screen in one of my rooms at home. Anyway, you get the idea. Bum, 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 bum. Just the John Williams music is far superior. Anyway, I just love that sequence. Oh boy, I've really nerded out. Now, Jonathan Harris, this is 1 minute long, I believe. 1 minute, 30 seconds long. Let's listen to the late, great Jonathan Harris talking about acting on Land of the Giants.
Land of the Giants, yes. He had Hank Bauer, who's his private casting man, call me and say, do you want to work for Irwin again? I said, no. He said, oh, come on. I said, what? He said, Land of the Giants. I said, oh, okay. And I enjoyed it. It was a very good one, as a matter of fact. And I enjoyed it. And I also enjoyed seeing again Kurt Costner, whom I knew in New York, and who was imitating me in Land of the Giants and doing it very badly. And it made me feel terrible. It did. And we had lunch, and I said, Kurt, I know he told you to do what I do. You can't. Nobody can. Don't do it. You're a very good actor. He said, no, he never told me anything. I said, you're lying. I know he told you to do what Jonathan is doing, because I was very successful. And I said, it's so bad for you. You're such a good actor. And that was the end of that conversation, because he was doing what I was doing. Irwin had told him to do.
There you have it. And that was from the Archive of American Television, the great Jonathan Harris. Where are we going next? So that's all I will say about Land of the Giants. Except, again, that the Disney Empire now owns Land of the Giants. So let's see what they'll do with it. Staying optimistic. They've done a great job with Marvel. Item. The Walt Disney Company does not own the $6 million man or the Bionic Woman. But in all fairness, why would they want to? It's kind of dead technology, wouldn't you say? Slow motion. I mean, now they do own the Fall Guy, the other Lee Majors hit show, besides the Big Valley, which they don't own. But Disney does not own the $6 million man. Item. This, guys, I need your help with this, guys and gals. And I see Hunter Golson is watching. Thank you for watching. I see Becky. Becky's out there watching. I'm going to read the comments in just a second. But item. This was odd. On Wheel of Fortune last week, not Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, which airs Sunday nights on ABC, which Disney owns, by the way, along with ESPN. But on the regular syndicated nighttime Wheel of Fortune, I don't understand what this lady does. But let's listen to her describe what she does with the Los Angeles area schools. Very interesting. Let me see. Help me out with this. I don't understand. I just don't understand here. Where the hell is it? Oh, here you are. Let's listen to what this lady says from Wheel of Fortune the other night here. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't get what she's trying to do.
Eternal optimist.
Here we go. What?
Alicia. Eternal optimist.
That's it. Yeah. That's a good way to be around here, too. Yeah, put that down for a moment. Relax as I introduce Alicia Montgomery, who's $1,000 richer, happy to say, from right here in Los Angeles. So let's hear a little bit about you. I know you have 3 kids.
I have 3 children, Jerron, Kenneth, and Winter.
Okay.
And I'm also a proud daughter of my mom in Dayton, Ohio.
All right, good. Well, shout out to her. So tell us what you do.
I'm the executive director of Center for Powerful Public Schools, located right here in Los Angeles, and we work with schools, teachers, leaders, and educators, just ensuring that we're doing the best we can to close all the equity gaps we can in schools.
All right, well, wish you a lot of luck on the show.
Thank you.
And that.
What does that mean? What does that mean, closing equity gaps? I don't understand what that means. Is that like a financial educational program like Junior Achievement? Remember Junior Achievement when we were in school? If you're a Generation Xer like me, you remember Junior Achievement. I don't understand what that means, closing equity gaps. Well, she didn't fare too well on the show, as Pat points out at the very end.
Come in here. Alicia, the wheel was not helpful to your cause at all. We still have $1,000 for you with our thanks. Thank you very much. You're with us?
Bankrupt. She didn't do well. She only got the minimum 1,000, which everyone gets. But I think that was kind of funny. He was like, I don't think that's going to help your cause much. But where was that? I did want to play that little. Here it is. This is in honor of that lady. Okay, you get it. That was the bankrupt symbol. I totally choked on that. Yeah. Equity this, lady. I don't even know what that means. Equity. All right, moving on. It's time, finally, for Al's Movie Corner, starring Al Hardy. You ready, Al?
Yeah, the other day I went and saw the Versace movie, and it was good.
Well, Al, would you please elaborate a little bit?
What does that mean? Elaborate?
It means would you tell me more about why you liked the movie?
Well, first of all, I give it 5 dicks up, way up.
What do you mean? What is that, sir? This is a family show.
No, I mean as in detectives, because I'm a movie detective. You got a dirty mind.
I'm sorry, Al. Well, tell me, what did you like about Versace?
Well, Al Pacino's in it, and Lady Gaga's in it, and she's real pretty. And there's a lot of sex scenes. There's a gay sex scene. There's a straight sex scene. There's a lot of sex in it. And I just thought it was a real good movie.
Well, can you tell me more? Tell me, why did you like it?
Well, it had real good music in it, and it had shadows in it, and it had good acting. I like Adam Driver.
See, Al, I got to stop you right there. I'm not a terribly big fan of Adam Driver. He's kind of an eyesore. Not that I'm handsome. I'm certainly far from handsome, but personally, I think Adam Driver he's okay. He's got talent, no doubt, but I just don't think he's all that great.
Well, I got to stop you right there, Chance. I think Adam Driver is great, and he's fantastic in Versace, and I think you would really like it because there's a lot of sex in it, and like I said, Lady Gaga, she's real pretty.
Okay, cool. Well, so the music is good. The acting is good. What else?
That's pretty much it. I give it 5 dicks up, way up.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for your movie view. I can't wait to see Spider-Man No Way Home with you on December 17th, on opening day. I kid, I joke. Oh, by the way, Al.
Yes?
You have given me a lot of nice things over the years, so I want to be fair and acknowledge, like you gave me from 1967, this Star Trek publicity. I'm holding up for the camera at fistfulofradio.com. Listeners, this won't mean anything to you, but it's a picture of the main stars of Star Trek, William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and DeForest Kelley, who was born in Atlanta, Georgia, when you worked at a NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina, when Star Trek was on the air. And I want to thank you for that. And you've given me movie posters. You are a giving person. I've got to say that. And thank you for that.
Well, it didn't cost me nothing. Everything I've ever gotten has pretty much been for free. You know, when I worked in movie theaters. Did I tell you I worked at Turner? And I worked at movie theaters as a projectionist. I know. I know. We've talked about it. Well, okay. Well, everything I've ever gotten pretty much has been for free. Movie posters and things. I got nothing in it.
Hey, that's awesome, man. Well, I still am grateful you gave me a Superman 2 promotional record album.
I didn't pay nothing for it.
I know. That's cool. But you gave it to me. Very appreciative. I've given you gifts too, and you've done a lot of nice things for cleaning up my film prints, my 16mm film reels. You've treated them with a special solution so they last a long time. Very grateful, and I can't wait to hear your next movie review.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Al. No, and all kidding aside, Al was supposed to call in with his review of Versace. We talked offline about it, so I paraphrased a little bit, but that's pretty much what he said about it. I'm sure he would have more things to say about it, but he was busy with his brother today, and he was just too busy. So I will give him a buzz later on and see if he can call in next week with Al's Movie Corner. Next, this is very brief. You know, every week I'm a game show freak. And so I always do this. I like to give a brief Jeopardy update.
This is Jeopardy!
So, as I said last week, Ken Jennings has been hosting Jeopardy. And this week, if you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, they're having their first ever tournament of professors for 2 weeks, hosted by Mayim. She's black. She's black. She's back. I can't talk. She's back. And I like that because I've Ken Jennings, I've gone out of favor with him, or he's gone out of favor with me because of things he said on Twitter I won't repeat about handicapped people. He made a very, very bad joke, not funny, mean-spirited. And so what I do is I just watch the end. And they had this Amy Schneider person who was the first transgender contestant. And this person is smart as hell. Now, I mentioned last week that she looks like the actor who played Loveless, the villain in the Wild Wild West, Michael Dunn, the dwarf. But let me tell you, Amy Schneider is killing it. $500,000. $500,000. And counting. So that's awesome. Sincerely, that is awesome. By the way, the announcer, Johnny Gilbert, he's been the announcer since the very first reincarnation with Alex Trebek in 1984. He's in his 90s. He's about to be 94 years old. By the way, we got a big birthday coming up not too long from now. The great Betty White is going to turn 100, triple digits. God, you got to love her. You know, she lost the love of her life back in 1981, Alan Ludden. And, I think I read that Golden Girls, in part, was written for her because of her real-life tragedy. You know, it was a bunch of widowers in Miami. Anyway, so that's my Jeopardy update. Amy Schneider's killing it. $500,000. Keep going. And I'll be watching this tournament of college professors. It's strange they haven't done that before. Item. I'm going to read some more boring shit. More robot insults that Jonathan Harris himself wrote and ad-libbed against the robot. I'm just going to read a few here. You fiend in tin clothing. I'm not even going to try to do an impression. This guy, Michael, who's been on the Podblast, he can sound exactly like Jonathan Harris, Dr. Smith. Let's see. You ghoul. You gregarious gremlin. You goose. You idiot. That's not a great creative slam. Here's a good one. You jabbering Jeremiah. You jabbering jackass. He didn't say jackass. He should have, though. You little mother. That's a good one. You massive fear. You mediocre misfit. You get the point. There's hundreds of them in this book in alphabetical order. So let's move on past that. Excuse me. Back on Thursday, December 9th, 1965, something aired on the Columbia Broadcasting System, which is CBS for short, that became a staple in our lives. This is before I was born, but isn't it wonderful? Isn't this wonderful? Let me just play the original commercial from 1965 for this holiday classic, and I'll tell you where you can see it.
Snow time, winter time, Christmas time. The time of sugar plums, Santa Claus, and at last those lovable children from Peanuts. Enjoy a Charlie Brown Christmas. Meet Charlie Brown, Schroeder and Beethoven, Lucy, and that impudent hound, Snoopy. Here comes Charlie Brown now. Listen.
Thanks for the Christmas card you sent me, Violet. I didn't send you a Christmas card, Charlie Brown. Don't you know sarcasm when you hear it?
Be here as your favorite comic strip comes to life. This year, enjoy a Charlie Brown Christmas.
Amen. On CBS, that's the original commercial for it from 16mm film that someone put on YouTube. So it's actually going to air on television. You know, Peanuts streams Peanuts. Let me be clear. Peanuts. The Peanut Specials stream on Apple TV. And you know, a lot of people are confused about streaming. You don't have to watch it on your phone, and you don't have to get a smart TV. You don't. For under $100, you get a Roku Ultra.
at Costco or wherever, or Amazon, or there's a brick and mortars all over the place sell them. And you can get one with a DVR in it or one without a DVR. And it's just it's about the size of a compact disc case, maybe a little bit bigger than that. I should have brought it in here for the camera if you're watching on our YouTube channel. The Nostalgic Podblast are live in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. I have a video component. A one-camera show is what this is. And I'm ugly as sin. I just like to show you some things in my collection that are nostalgic. That's what the show's about. It's not about me. It's not about my fat pumpkin head. No. But I should have shown you what this is. And what this is, it's a little box, and it plugs into a USB port on your TV. My main TV, I've got several TVs. My main TV is not a smart TV. I plug the Roku Ultra into the TV, and you can stream. It's simple. And if you have Xfinity, I sound like a commercial for them. They have the best internet for the price. They really do. It's so fast. I have incredible internet service from Xfinity, Comcast. A lot of people trash them, but their internet cannot be beat. So A Charlie Brown Christmas is going to air right around the corner, Sunday, December 19th, 2021 on old school television on PBS. Item. On December 2nd, 1988, we laughed our asses off to this hit movie from Paramount Pictures with a budget of $65 million. The Naked Gun debuted in theaters, and it yielded $454 million. Can you say sequels? I knew you could.
Let's listen to a little bit. I think I pulled a clip from, and of course the Juice was in it. O.J. Simpson, before all his troubles. He was funny in that movie. The very first one was, of course, based on, we'll talk about this in a minute, the TV show Police Squad, which is by the producers of Airplane and Airplane, the sequel. Let's listen to it.
In this city, there's crime on every street. But one man has seen enough. He's Lieutenant Frank Drebin.
Whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
He's a good cop who's having a bad day. His best friend...
Oh, everyone should have a friend like you.
...is in a coma.
As soon as Nordberg is better, he's welcome back at Police Squad. But I wouldn't wait until the last minute to fill out those organ donor cards.
His girlfriend asked him to look her up.
Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
And his city is in the hands of a master criminal with a sinister plan.
I must kill the queen.
How can any police story contain this much action? This much
Ayatollah Khomeini.
Look-alike.
I like cops.
Or this much baseball. Starring Leslie Nielsen, a cop who's always on the alert. Mikhail Gorbachev.
I knew it.
Queen Elizabeth, everyone's favorite queen. Priscilla Presley.
Oh, yeah.
A woman who really cooks.
How hot and wet do you like it?
Ricardo Montalban.
Frank.
You're both right.
George Kennedy, the partner with
Yeah.
an appetite for danger. O.J. Simpson, as you've never seen him before. And Reggie Jackson in his first dramatic role. In a movie so big, it had to be filmed in color. The Naked Gun, from the files of Police Squad.
Coming this Christmas to a theater near you. See you then.
So many great lines, and it was 33 years ago, kind of like the third sequel, The Naked Gun, 33 1/3. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, it was based, like I said, on Police Squad, and I want to play a commercial, 30 seconds long is all it is, from the debut back in 1982 of Police Squad on ABC television. And then I've got a few facts. It did not last long at all, but let's listen to this advertisement.
The producers of the hit comedy movie Airplane are landing on television with Police Squad. Meet real straight-shooting cops.
Sergeant, take her away and book her.
Sergeant, take her away. Sergeant Booker.
Leslie Nielsen is a cop on his way up in Police Squad, premiering March 4th here on ABC.
So, the TV show Police Squad, as you heard, premiered on ABC on Thursday, March 4th, 1982 at 8 p.m. It was a half-hour show. I think I'll read from my book a little bit of that. I should have had this bookmarked. I'm all over the place tonight. Happy holidays, by the way. I'm glad you're out there. I hope you stay nice and healthy during this holiday season. Let's see, Police Squad, where are you? Here it is. So it debuted, as I said, March 4th, 82. It last aired on September 2nd, 1982. Unlike what the internet says, it's funny, everything I've seen on the internet in terms of episode guides, it only lists the all new shows. It doesn't count the reruns. And to me, if a show was still on the air, like for instance, Lost in Space, the last time it aired was September 11th of all dates, 1968. It was a rerun, but still, doesn't matter. The reruns are never listed online. That's why books, young man and young lady, books are so important. Books. That's from a Star Trek episode, Court Martial Season 1. I stole that. Elijah Cook is the actor who... Books, young man, I don't believe in computers. Books. You gotta trust the books. So, the creators of the hit movie Airplane brought their bent humor to television in this short-lived series, Police Squad, which, like the movie, starred Leslie Nielsen. The setting this time was a large American city, quote-unquote, where straight-faced detective Frank Drebin and his loyal Captain Hawkeye investigated puzzling cases filled with sight gags and non sequiturs. In the opening episode, they arrived at the scene of a murder to find a chalk outline of the body with Egyptian hieroglyphics alongside the police photographer taking... Okay, it goes on and on and on. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to read this, especially when I can't pronounce. If I'm worse than Richard Anderson, who played Oscar Goldman in The $6 Million Man, he could not pronounce many words. Like in The Final Fugitive, I talk about ad nauseum, The Judgment, Part 2. He plays Richard Kimball's sister's husband, Len Taft. He was like the third actor to play this character. James Sikking from Outland, the movie, first played this character in season 1 of The Fugitive, an episode that introduced his brother, Ray Kimball, and his nephew, played by Bill Mumy, who went on to play Will Robinson 2 years later in Lost in Space. That was 1963, but I digress. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so Richard Anderson, he goes, when he confronts Lieutenant Gerard in the final aired episode of The Fugitive, and he goes, "What are you, some kind of a sadist, Gerard?" instead of sadist. "What are you, a sadist?" And then when he's on The Bionic Woman in $6 Million Man, he mispronounced all sorts of words. Whatever. It's kind of like what's the guy? Potato. The vice president under Bushy, the first Bush, 41, Dan Quayle. Thank you. And they made fun of him on Murphy Brown. So, Oh, quick clip. Here's the opening to Police Squad with Dick Wesson, who I talked about earlier, who narrated and talked just the part where they would mention the guest stars and the episode title of all those great Quinn Martin shows like Dan August, The Fugitive, The Invaders, so many shows, 12 O'Clock High. But listen to him here, Dick Wesson announcing Police Squad.
Police Squad in color.
It's 1982 in color. Color been out a while.
Starring Leslie Nielsen. Also starring Alan North. And Rex Hamilton as Abraham Lincoln. Tonight's special guest star, Lorne Greene. Tonight's episode, The Broken Promise.
That's not even what it said. It said a substantial gift. Like he misread. That was the joke. The episode title completely.
In color.
You get the point. And then I had one other, easy for me to say, quick clip from Police Squad. Here's some funny moments from Police Squad.
Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant Police Squad, a special detail of the police department. There'd been a recent wave of gorgeous fashion models found naked and unconscious in laundromats on the west side. Unfortunately, I was assigned to investigate holdups of neighborhood credit unions. I'm Captain Frank Drebin. I understand you had a pretty rough time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Cigarette?
Yes, I know.
Well.
Please go away. Please go away. I don't want to answer any more of your questions.
We're sorry to bother you at a time like this, Mrs. Twice. We would have come earlier, but your husband wasn't dead then. Get me Pete Prusing at Homicide. Tell him I want to meet him and a few of his men down at the Acme Credit Union.
Right away, sir.
I decided it might be a good time to have my teeth checked.
Mr. Drebin, Dr. Zubatsky will see you now. That's the second door on your left, Mr. Drebin. You're next, Carl.
As soon as this impression is complete, we'll know a lot more, Mr. Drebin. Are those x-rays ready, Miss Frincell?
Yes, Doctor. Would you like to take a look?
Yes, I would.
What was that?
Let's go help people.
Holy shit. I'm sorry, folks. Did it cut into an ad? Oh, that's what I get for walking away. I want to give a shout out item to John Lombardi. This is a cool dude who I met actually at a convention. I did some stunts on Walking Dead in the early episodes, first couple seasons, and this great promoter, Mark, I don't know if he wants me to say his last name, but he's a great promoter in the Tennessee area, and he put me and some other featured zombies from Walking Dead up. That's where I first met him, and he's been quite a contributor in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, and he's been posting some awesome movie posters. I hope it's okay to say your name, John. I just did, but like Lone Wolf McQuaid. I forgot all about that movie with Chuck Norris and David Carradine. Oh, man, he posted that one, and a lot of other stuff. Let's see where other ones are that he posted. Let me see. Media, see all. Something I'd never heard of. The Terror Knots. Terror Knots. N-A-U-T-S. Terror Knots. Never heard of it. And quite an education from this gentleman. And, of course, he posted a poster of something we all love, the Cannonball Run. Remember Cannonball Run 1 and 2? The first one's awesome. Burt Reynolds, classic comedy. What an ensemble. Roger Moore and Capricorn 1. Again, O.J. Simpson was in it years before his troubles, before he, murdered a couple people. Good Lord. He'll get his. He'll get his. If justice isn't served, he'll meet his maker. But O.J., before that, before he lost it, before he snapped, he was in Capricorn 1, which was a really good movie about the manufactured moon landing. And it was a conspiracy theory, and also James Brolin is in it. It was like a year before Animal House was released and filmed. This is the movie he did before. Capricorn 1, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you would eat this movie up. It shows like the government is trying to assassinate these three dudes that stumbled upon the secret that man never really went to the moon. And, God, John, just keep these posts coming. Great stuff. Great stuff. I love the movie posters. So let's see here. Let me move on to the next topic. Oh, shit. Where'd my script go? Here it is. Doing this live can be a bitch sometimes. So thanks, John Lombardi. And now, oh, gosh, this is going to be good. I can actually take a break. I have a great interview. Remember, well, I don't want to give it away. Max Baer Jr. in the birthday segment. I have a great interview that I found from a radio station. I'm going to play that for you in just a little bit. But, of course, I've got to set the stage. The Valentine's Day conceptions continue. People that were probably conceived on Valentine's Day. They do the math. 9 months after Valentine's Day. It's about this time of the year, right? Early December, late November. Gonna go back and acknowledge someone that I did not mention because I wasn't on the air when this birthday happened. So let me get that for you. as I stummer and stutter and stumble around. This will give you a hint who I'm talking about. Come on, gosh darn it. Diane Parkinson had a birthday recently. That's why I played that. That's the jackpot music when someone hits $1 and gets $1,000 on the wheel, and then they spin again on The Price is Right in the green area, or another $1. You can get up to 25,000 these days. But Diane Parkinson, to me, she is the essential Barker beauty from the Bob Barker years hosting The Price is Right. She's Hall of Fame material. And her birthday was back on Thursday. I'm sorry, she was born Thursday, November 30th, 1944. She's 77 years of age. She was a Southern girl, is a Southern girl. She was born in Jacksonville, North Carolina. So her birthday is on November 30th. Not that she'll ever hear this, and certainly not see it, but happy birthday to the best Barker beauty of all time. A lot of people like Holly. Holly's okay, but she became a screamer, and she kind of made some statements about Bob that were not very nice. And so, anyway, moving on. Now we're going to get into December birthdays, December 4th birthdays. Going to play a quick clip of some music, and then we'll get to that interview that I teased about. And if you're a member of the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, you know what I'm talking about. But let me get this for you now. Should have had it ready. Listen to this. This is a great classic game show. You don't see it much anymore, and I'll explain why. Yeah, I'm backing up in the beginning. It's Tic-Tac-Toe. Happy 88th birthday to former game show host Wink Martindale. He was born Winston Conrad Martindale on Monday, December 4th, 1933 in Jackson, Tennessee. I like Tic-Tac-Toe. That's owned by Sony, so you don't see it much. Last time it aired was back on GSN. Now they've gone back to the Game Show Network moniker, which is what they had when they first launched back in 1994, when they primarily aired classic game shows. And in 2008, they did air Tic-Tac-Toe. Do have a quick clip of Wink Martindale. I always say it's a quick clip, right? It's like the guy that says, I got a short story for you. It's never short. It's never short when you hear that. I love this theme. Let's listen to a little bit more of the theme. It's kind of groovy, huh? I like it. All that clapping. Dragon! Woo! Started in 1978, by the way, and it ran until like 1986. There was a second host that took over from Wink, but we don't care about him. We only care about Wink. He's still alive, knock on wood. And there was a record that I'm going to let Wink tell you about himself. Listen to this.
On Tic-Tac-Toe, our biggest winner ever was Tom McKee, Lieutenant Tom McKee. He was in the Air Force.
Thank you for your service.
In the Navy, down in San Diego. And Tom McKee came on Tic-Tac-Toe as a contestant, and he won more money than anybody had ever won on the show, and was in the Guinness Book of World Records until Ken Jennings won on Jeopardy. Huge amount of money. But I remember asking, after Tom had lost, I remember asking over dinner one night, I said, what made Tom McKee such a good contestant, Dan? And Dan said several reasons. First of all, he was a good-looking guy. He wore the uniform of our country. He loved playing the game. He loved games, period. He had an incredible knowledge of trivia, just all-round trivia. And he had a beautiful wife, and that wife sat in the audience for every show, and she just happened to be pregnant. And so put all of these together, this amalgam of reasons, and that's why he was such a great contestant. And he went on to win $317,000 in change.
That was big in 1980.
Buick automobiles.
What?
And I remember he gave one to his brother, who was a missionary in Africa, and he took the other 7 and he sold those and bought him a Mercedes. And he, to this day, he doesn't have it on his car, but to this day he has the license plate, which he had on his car out here in California, Tic Tac.
What impact did he have on the show? Did the ratings go up during his tenure?
Enormously.
Yeah.
Our ratings were never as big until he came on, and were never as big after he left. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever admitted this, but when he did finally get beat on that 48th day, I was kind of sad. Not because I had an affinity for him. I mean, I played the same with him on every question as I did his opponents. But everybody got to know him so well, and he had such a great personality, and he became part of the woodwork. Right. He became part of the set. He became part of the family, you know. Yeah. And you just sort of hated to see him finally lose. But he brought something special to the show. And with when he got past, I would say maybe 15 consecutive days of winnings, every week the ratings, I mean, they just rose with his winnings, with the amounts of money that he won. And then when he did lose, our ratings weren't as high anymore, but our ratings were always good on Tic-Tac-Toe. I remember Philadelphia, WPIX in Philadelphia was our #1 affiliate in the entire United States of America for Tic-Tac-Toe. At one time, we had a share in Philly of like 41%.
Damn.
41% of the people watching television were watching our game show.
Any theories as to why Philadelphia loved it in particular?
No reason whatsoever. Although I will say it was the best station that we had for promoting the show. Right. I mean, the promotion that they gave it both in print and on the air was enormous.
So the questions were a little bit easy on Tic-Tac-Toe. I mean, sometimes they'd have difficult questions, but it wasn't like Jeopardy. Jeopardy, of course, is consistently difficult. So happy birthday, happy 88th to Wink Martindale. And Buzzer, I got to give a shout out to the Buzzer Network in the Atlanta, Georgia area where I'm located currently. It's a sub-channel of WAGA-TV, which is the Fox affiliate in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And they play nothing but classic game shows. But they've started adding not just Fremantle Media shows, that's who owns Buzzer, and they own the Goodson-Todman Library, which is like Match Game. Anyway, I almost said Classic Concentration, which is not true. NBC owns that, but they've been airing that too. But they're starting to air Sony game shows. They cut a deal with Sony. And the funny thing is they can only air it over the air, not streaming. Like it says in the promo, they're starting to air, this is kind of lame. Sorry, I love Buzzer, but you know, the Newlywed Game. But the 1997 version, like the late 90s version of the Newlywed Game with the same host. By the way, what's his name? God dang. I know it. It's in my brain. What's wrong with my mind right now? He actually went on tour with the Beatles in Atlanta Fulton County Stadium in 1965. He was the MC for the Beatles. Oh, God, what's his name? Where's my friend when I need him? Let me look this up. He also hosted the Card Sharks 1985, 1986. And what was his name? Bob Eubanks. Thank you, Bob Eubanks. My mind finally worked. Jeez, you hear that hum? I better do something here. By the way, I got to read some Facebook comments. There's a lot of comments coming in that I can't see right now. I'm having a technical glitch. But the point was, that's a Sony show, the Newlywed Game, and I thought they were going to play the one from the 70s. It was real naughty, you know, like, God, where's the strangest place you've ever made whoopee? And the lady says, it got bleeped, but in my ass. I'm sorry. That's what the lady said. It was censored. Boop. Terrible. I'm not even, I don't condone that. That's, you know, you do whatever floats your boat. Anyway, I better move on now to something wholesome. Another big birthday. Happy 84th birthday to the only surviving Beverly Hillbilly, Max Baer Jr. Jethro, who was born on Saturday, December 4th, 1937 in Oakland, California. And here is an awesome radio interview with Max. It's long, but it's very, very cool. And also I can take a break and get some more coffee and have some chocolate and play with my pet rabbit. I got to pet her back. She gets kind of lonely. Let me play this clip with Max Baer. I found this and I posted it in our Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. And I would love it if you would join and subscribe to our YouTube channel. What's in it for you? We're going to do another giveaway. I keep saying that, and I'm going to update on the current giveaway. No one has guessed this correctly. I don't know if no one gives a crap about DVDs anymore or Lost in Space, because they can stream it. Maybe they're streaming it. Maybe they're just watching the new Netflix Lost in Space, brand new stuff with Parker Posey as Dr. Smith, a female Dr. Smith. It's great. And the final season's about to drop on Netflix, by the way. But let's listen to this interview. This is awesome with Max Baer Jr. from radio. Oh, Jesus. Not again. Come on, you son of a bee. This happened once before. I don't know why I do this. Here we go. Jeez Louise. I got to get past an ad, of course. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello, is this Max Baer?
Yes, it is.
Hello, Max. This is Dustin Wilmus from KMSU Radio. How are you today?
How are you? Where are you at?
I am in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Is this a good time to ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, first of all, I guess I'll kind of get a sense of, how you started in acting or what made you want to get into it.
Oh, I was just an accident. I was at lunch at Warner Brothers one day. Somebody took me over there, a friend of mine. They saw me on the lot, and James Garner had just left Maverick. And they were looking for somebody to put in Maverick. And I resembled Jimmy a little bit because somebody from ABC saw me and thought I was him at a distance. And so they asked me if I ever wanted to act, and I said, I don't know, what does it pay? And they said, they would sign me to a regular, what do you call it? I can't remember the name that they called it. Just a general contract player. I think it was $250 a week. This was in 1960, and so I said, okay, I'll try. And I went ahead and I did a reading for him, and no screen test. I just did a reading for him, and they signed me, and I did Surfside 6, 77 Sunset Strip, Hawaiian Eye, Bronco Cheyenne, Maverick, Roaring Twenties. I did all those shows that they had over there on ABC at the time, and that's where I got my bones, so to speak, because that's where I learned a little bit about the camera and where to go and so forth, and all small parts, but it was a good education. And then when I left there after a year, I was only under contract a year. I did a couple of other shows, and then I tested for the Beverly Hillbillies, got that, and I was on that for 9 years.
Yeah, definitely interesting how you just kind of fell into it. And I know, of course, your father, a boxing great, former champion. Was that ever something you considered, maybe going the boxing route?
No, my dad said boxing was a religious sport. It was far better to give than receive, and I didn't have any religious feelings at the time, so I didn't go that way.
Well, yeah, obviously things worked out well for you in your field. And can you tell us a little bit about what it was like, as Jethro on Beverly Hillbillies, the filming or your memories of being on set?
Well, since I had been at Warner Brothers for a year and I had been working constantly because they took their contract players and used them a lot. They used them in everything because they were paying them, so they'd put them in everything and anything. You took the part; they didn't matter what it was. So they used you up because if they had to pay somebody else, a freelance player, they had to pay him I think it was $400 a day. So they had you for $250 for a week, and so they used you in everything. And so when I did the Hillbillies, it was it was easy. It was it was like pumping gas. You just went to work and you did your job. It wasn't that difficult for me, I guess. I don't know. I've always been kind of an introvert, but it was very easy for me to turn the other way. I guess it was like being a one-eyed Jack. You know, you have one eye on one side, one eye on the other side, and you have two different personalities, and I could just become the other one very easily. It was not that difficult for me.
So then portraying Jethro for, 270 plus episodes, did that ever get hard for you, or was it just kind of part of your acting, like you mentioned?
It got easier. You could almost phone it in. The only thing I did one time is I made a mistake and I never used an accent, and nobody knew what was wrong with the scene, but it didn't sound right. And I talked in my own voice, and they said, I said, did I say the wrong things? And they said, no. I said, well, what was it? And then one of the persons said, he didn't have any accent. And then I went, oh, okay, sorry, forgot it, And that was basically about it. But it wasn't difficult. I'm sure there are parts that people play that are very difficult, like people play, the Elephant Man, for example. John Hurt, I think it was John Hurt, or William Hurt. No, it was John Hurt, I think. But anyway, that was a very difficult part to play. I would think, and but that part wasn't hard at all. At least not for me. Maybe playing the fool was not a problem because, maybe I was one, but no, it wasn't hard.
Well, yeah, definitely a character that a lot of people loved, and as you mentioned, 9 seasons. Is it possible for you to pick maybe a favorite episode or performance you're most proud of?
Oh gosh, no, there really isn't. It's just, when you play a character, it's so repetitious. I'm just going to get a drink of water here because I stay up late and sleep late, and I talk like I got a mouthful of marbles. Anyway, I really don't have any favorite because you're playing the same character over and over, and it's pretty hard to pick out who you really like and who you don't. Which particular episode out of 274. I enjoyed it if I was having a good, if I had some good scenes to do doing it, it was fun. If I was doing them with girls, it was fun because I was a young guy then. And so that was fine, but I really don't have one.
Well, I have to say, for me personally, one thing that I really enjoyed, and it's too bad that more shows don't do these nowadays, but you guys recorded an actual soundtrack album. What are your memories of doing that?
Terrible, because I'm not a singer, nor a dancer, and they just had us do it because at the time it was a popular show, and it was another means of generating revenue, and so they just had us do it. Irene could sing. Buddy could sing, I think. I'm not. I knew he was a great tap dancer, and Donna, I guess, could sing a little bit, but I was no singer at all.
I think there is a kind of a certain charm to some of that old stuff like that, though.
Yeah, I guess there is, but I guess there's a collectible or something. But good gosh, and I was terrible. I mean, I couldn't pat my head and roll my hand on my stomach at all. I mean, I was not. It was hard for me to clap on time. It was just not my. It was not what I was qualified to do.
Sure. Well, and of course, it's sad to hear Donna Douglas, she played Ellie Mae, passed away recently. Were you close with the cast after the show ended over the years?
Well, Irene died right after the show was over. The show was over in 71, and I think she died right then, 71 or 72. She went on to Broadway and did Pippin with John Rubinstein and Ben Vereen. And then she got sick on stage and came back, and she got pneumonia or something and went to the hospital or had a stroke or something and then passed away. But Irene and I were very close on the road. We would go out almost every weekend when we were on the Beverly Hillbillies and do personal appearances. And I really wouldn't sing a song, but we would sing as a group, and they would turn Donna's mic and my mic down, and Irene would basically carry it, and we were just basically filler or background sounds, pretty much. And then I was a straight man for Irene, for Granny's jokes. And so Irene and I were pretty close because of that. And Buddy was more of a surrogate father to me because my dad had just died in 1959, and this was 1962. And so he kind of took over. He was the same age as my dad, born about the same time. And he knew my dad pretty well. So it was pretty easy for me and for Buddy and I to become close. I would go down there. He tried to teach me to sail on his 36-foot Lapworth down in Balboa Island where he had a house. And as a sailor, I was a very good anchor because it was hard for me. The first time he ever had me on the boat, he says, now when the boat comes about, he says, you just pull in on the winch. And I said, okay. He said, now make sure you pull in quick, because if you don't, the sail will fill up with air and it'll be too hard to pull in. And so the first time we were out, and he said, coming about. I stood up, and what? Bang! The boom hit me and knocked me right in the ocean. Wow. And he was laughing. He said, well, I guess you can forget about being a sailor, too. But he and I used to go out and have dinner once a week. We'd go out to some place. He'd take me to Musso Frank's on Hollywood Boulevard, or the Cook's Pacific Dining Car. He had some little places he would take me to. And sometimes at lunch, he had a little guy named George who would come over and cook for him in his dressing room, and he'd invite me up to his dressing room and have lunch with him. That's if we didn't have too much to do in the afternoon, because it was either a 1 or 2 martini lunch. Because if he had to remember some lines, he'd have a 1 martini lunch or if he had to remember lines, it was 1. If he didn't have a lot of lines in the afternoon, he may have 2.
Sure.
And that was pretty much it. But we were pretty close. Dara was pretty independent of everybody. She kind of went her own way, except we were together on the road when we did our personal appearances. But Donna was always sweet. She was always sweet. The one thing I can remember about her, and I've told other people the same thing, in all the years that I knew her, I never heard her swear, ever. She'd go, golly, gee, darn, dang. She'd whistle. She'd son of a gun. She just never used 4-letter words at all. Never did. And the last time I actually saw her was about 2 years ago today, or right in this time. We were in Los Angeles for the only autograph signing I've ever been to. She'd done some before, but they called and tried to put the two of us together for once. And I said, okay. And I had to go there for something else anyway, because I live at Lake Tahoe. But I drove down to Los Angeles, and we went to Century Boulevard at some hotel, I can't remember. And we were there for 2 days, and we did very well. And Donna seemed fine. But I'd see her periodically. I saw her at Buddy's funeral. I saw her when we went to the hospital for Buddy to see him before he'd passed away. And then I saw her at, where else was it? I saw her at, then they had a kind of a tribute to Buddy at the Screen Actors Guild. And I went for that down in Burbank. Or down in, I think it was in San Fernando Valley in North Hollywood, where the Screen Actors Guild theater is out there.
So yeah, it sounds like you guys were pretty close-knit, and obviously 50 years later, people still love the show. What do you think it is exactly about the show that's made it last so long?
Well, opinions are like rear ends. We all have one. If I knew, I'd be making television shows right now, or producing them anyway. Because nobody knows what makes a hit. If anybody did, they'd never have any failures. Because they could take and figure out what it was and put it into some computer and it'd spit it out. But they still do the same thing that they used to do, which is do a pilot, which is a sample show, and play it for different audiences and see what the reactions are, and then the networks figure out, or now more than the networks. It used to be just ABC, NBC, CBS, but now they've got all kinds of different networks, and they see if it fits into their niche, what they feel that they're missing for that part of programming on their network. And I have no idea what ruler that they use. Never have known. I guess Steven Spielberg has probably got as good an idea, and George Lucas has got as good an idea as anybody. And they just said, well, I think if I like it, probably most of the people will like it. Not everybody, but most of them, because they figure that they look at them pretty much like they're average people, and that they've just got their finger on the pulse of America. But I really don't know why it was successful. I wish I did.
Yeah, well, no doubt it is successful, and people still talking about it. And I know you kind of got into more of the business side of things afterwards, but is there anything else you're working on or anything coming up?
No. Let's see, Donna was, I think, 82. I'm 77. I'll be 78 this year, but I just turned in December. As a matter of fact, I never actually knew how old Donna was. I knew she was about, but never actually. She would never really respond to that. But that's okay. What do you do at my age? Not a heck of a lot. Plus, it was so hard for me to lose the Jethro character. That's why I really couldn't get any jobs after the series was over. Not really. And so I wrote with Richard Compton and wrote Macon County Line, and went and raised some money from some of my golfing friends, and made that movie up in Northern California, up near my hometown of Sacramento. And I don't know why that was a success either. And it was the largest grossing movie per dollar invested at that time ever made. And it did about, we made it for $110,000 and made $25 million. So it was gross $25 million. So it was pretty successful. And then we made Ode to Billy Joe from the Bobby Gentry song, because my partner knew Bobby Gentry when she was a kid, playing her guitar in Westwood when I think she was going to UCLA. And she was on the corner like the kids were in those days. And she was just playing her guitar, and people were giving her money, and she was a beautiful girl. And my partner took her to coffee, and she wound up doing the music, the song at the end of Macon County Line, Another Time, Another Place. And then she said, well, would you like to do Ode to Billy Joe? And I tried to write it. I couldn't write it. And so we got Herman Rauscher, who wrote Summer of 42, to write it. And then Warner Brothers decided that they would give us a distribution deal. And then we went down to Tupelo, Mississippi, or Tallahatchie, near the Tallahatchie Bridge in Greenwood, Mississippi, and shot the movie. And I directed it with Robbie Benson and Glennis O'Connor. And that was a hit. So now I bought a lot of real estate. And then in 1991, I made a deal to sub-license the rights to the Beverly Hillbillies for certain things, like hotels, casinos, restaurants, etc. And we made a deal with International Gaming Technology, IGT, and they've been doing slots, Beverly Hillbilly slots, now for about 10 years. And we get a royalty on them, of which we pay some to CBS. And then I have also online games, because of the same individual that was with was with IGT, and is now with Aristocrat, but he also has an online gaming company. And we became very friendly, and so he wanted to do those games online. And so we're doing online games, too.
Excellent. Well, again, Max, it's great to hear that you're doing well, and it's been an honor talking with you today.
Well, look, at my age, the thing you think about first, I guess, is your health, because it's the only thing that when they cancel that, there's no way to pick up the show. That's it. And I was sorry to lose Donna, because Donna and I would talk periodically between where she was when she was on the road doing different things. She would do Christian shows and sing in churches and do personal appearances like that. If something came up that she was called upon that might have pertained to me, she would try to turn me on to it. It never really happened that I did anything that way, but a few times they did call me about Donna, and I steered Donna into the job. We would do it for each other, you know. Same way with that autograph signing thing. They called me, and then they wanted to reach Donna, so I gave them a number that they could reach her at. They put us together. But she was a sweetheart. She was always nice. She was always fun. She was very different because myself, if I wasn't either being recorded or on the air, I talked like a truck driver, talked like a guy in the military, surrounded by other guys with no women around. I use a lot of four-letter words probably, and it's not love. It might be for love, but it isn't. You don't say love as like being the four-letter word. Say everything else but. But, hey, look, it's such is life. I've had a very, very fortunate life, pretty full. And as a matter of fact, I can still get in the same Levi's I wore when I was doing the series.
Beautiful.
That is probably as much as I'm most proud of that, because I kept one pair of Levi's, and once a month I try them on. And as long as I can get into them, that's okay. And I work out 3 days a week pretty hard.
Wonderful. Thanks again, Max. It's been great having you on.
You're very welcome. Thank you for thinking of me, and keep good thoughts for Donna, because she was a terrific person.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
All right. You have a great day.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
I love that interview. The great Max Baer, Jethro. Got some facts about Beverly Hillbillies, but here's this week's I Digress bit. Let's talk a little bit about Donna Douglas for a moment, since Max talked about working with her. God, you hear that hum? I got to do something here. Fix that. I want to have some good audio for you here. Damn. All right, it went away. Thank goodness. So Donna was, of course, one of the biggest stars on TV in the 1960s, playing Ellie Mae Clampett. The hit show, The Beverly Hillbillies, was the top show in America, for 2 years straight, and hugely popular for all 9 seasons from 1962 to 1971. And during that time, Donna only made one feature film, an epic musical with Elvis Presley, which showed a new side of the rock and roll star and allowed him to flex his comedic skills. Frankie and Johnny was an unusual choice for Elvis. The lavish historical movie was set on a Mississippi riverboat with the singer and Donna playing the title characters. Now, got to get gossipy here. The rumor is that Donna Douglas, because of her religious upbringing, would not sleep with Elvis. She wouldn't go to bed with him. This reminds me of a Richard Pryor joke. It's very blue. Should I do this? This is a family show. Yeah, I'm going to do it. It's late. It's late. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, you can stream this show from anywhere. I'm on overnight. I debut a brand new episode Monday night at 7 p.m. And then we're on Friday afternoon, like at 1 o'clock, and Saturday and Sunday at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Those are all Eastern Atlanta, Eastern Standard Times, or Eastern Daylight Time, depending on when you're listening to this. But right now, we're in the Standard Time. All right, so here's the Richard Pryor joke, okay? Richard Pryor, big fan of his. He had a birthday recently, too. I didn't post anything on the social media. I was busy, and I feel bad that I didn't post anything about Richard Pryor's heavenly birthday. I'll do it next year. I did mention it on the Podblast last week, and I talked about Richard Pryor. He's one of my favorite comedians of all time. But here's a Richard Pryor joke, talking about how Donna allegedly would not sleep with Elvis, and he wanted her badly. Here's a Richard Pryor joke. He's like, in the 50s, I'm going to cuss. This is blue. I'm warning you. If there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead or just turn the sound down. But Richard Pryor said, in the 50s, you couldn't get no kinds of pussy. All I'd ever hear is, I'm on my period. And I'd say, you on your period again? You're going to bleed to death, bitch. That's his words, not mine. Not Go date Count Dracula or something. No, I added that. Chance Bartels. Sorry. Reminds me of another joke I wrote. This is so out of fashion, and I sound like a pig telling this joke, but all right. A woman's liber woman says, I can do anything a man can do. And so I say, oh yeah? Go a month without bleeding. That's a bad joke. Actually, if she's pregnant or postmenopausal, she could accomplish that goal. Anyway, gosh, anyone out there that's checking me out for the first time, You're going to think I'm slime. I'm sorry about those jokes. Those are bad jokes. But the Richard Pryor joke I think is funny, but he shouldn't have said the B word. Anyway, I had to quote it. So, getting back on track, this is a spiritual message that hopefully will redeem me from my crassness a moment ago with those two bad jokes there. Well, the Richard Pryor one's funny, but it's crass. That sure is. No class at all on that. But, so Johnny is a charmer in the movie, played by Elvis, but a hopeless gambler, and the whole plot revolves around a gypsy prediction that a woman with red hair will bring him the luck he needs. Frankie, however, is blonde and does not take kindly to the arrival of the sexy redhead Nellie, played by gorgeous Nancy Kovac, who was in the pilot to Bewitched. She was Darren's original fiancée, the dark-haired woman, and at the end of the first episode of Bewitched, it turns out she's wearing a wig or something. Anyway, Nancy Kovac, she was a gorgeous actress at the time. She worked all those old 60s shows, guest starring in many of them. But anyway, the film is a series of misunderstandings, kind of like Three's Company, and mishaps, shoehorned in between musical numbers that unusually stay away from Elvis's core sound. Very unusual. Although it's fun to see Elvis embrace the vaudeville tradition on comedic numbers like Petunia, The Gardener's Daughter, the Frankie and Johnny was only a moderate hit at the box office and did not recoup its costs. During filming, however, Elvis found a kindred spirit in Donna. Dearly missed Donna Douglas, who passed away some years ago. We'll talk about it in a second. Elvis's friend and hairdresser, Larry Geller, later said that, quote, several people thought sparks were flying, unquote. The two stars would spend all their breaks huddled together in deep conversation, but this wasn't one of Elvis's typical on-set flirtations. He had found someone who shared something deeply important to him that he couldn't find at home in Donna Douglas. Geller was also Elvis's spiritual advisor, quote-unquote, and is credited with introducing the star to Eastern philosophies beyond his childhood Christianity. Geller said, at lunch and at breaks, Elvis and Donna would get in some heavy spiritual conversations. They'd have a lot in common, and several people thought sparks was flying. Were flying. I cannot say that. I added the was. Even though Elvis respected Donna, he only regarded her in a professional capacity and held her in high esteem. I used to visit her in the dressing room. We would meditate and discuss various philosophic subjects that we shared. At Graceland, nobody shared Elvis's interest in Eastern spirituality. His last girlfriend, Ginger Alden, said Priscilla was openly dismissive of his cherished collection of books. So he was thrilled to discover somebody in Donna Douglas, who shared his interests and beliefs. Geller added, both were studying the works of, oh my God, I can't pronounce this, both were studying the works of Paramashana, Yogananda. You're going to think I'm a simpleton, and I am. I can't pronounce this stuff. Yogananda, and we're close to the President Matter. Okay. I hate people saying okay. Anyway, that was an Indian monk, yogi, and guru. Although he died in 1952, he introduced millions to the teaching of meditation and yoga through his organization, Self-Realization Fellowship. Elvis's fascination with all aspects of faith continued until the very end in 1977. On the night he died, Elvis was reading The Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus by Frank O. Adams in his bathroom when he was, unfortunately, on the throne and died. Donna returned to more mainstream Christianity in her later years. She performed as a gospel singer and supported Christian school charities in the Deep South. Donna Douglas released several albums and wrote a children's book with Bible stories. In 1984, Donna Douglas graduated from Rhema Bible Training Center in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, specializing in children's ministry. But Ellie Mae Clampett remained a part of her life, the character she created, and she attended state fairs and made public appearances in character for many decades, always with the trademark giant tumble of curls. I think she was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, Donna Douglas, memory serves. This was interesting, I think. She had that That nice hair, a tumble of curls. Donna hit the headlines one last time in 1993. And by the way, Max Baer Jr., I read in 93 in a tabloid, so it may not have been true, that he was selling cars. He was very good at selling cars to make a living for a while there in the early 1990s, allegedly. So Donna hit the headlines one last time in 1993. I've talked about this in the podcast. She filed a $200 million lawsuit with Kurt Wilson against Disney, Whoopi Goldberg, Bette Midler, their production companies, and creative artist agency, claiming that the hit movie Sister Act was plagiarized from their book, A Nun in the Closet. Get this, Donna Douglas, I've talked about this. This is tragic if true. She turned down $1 million offer to settle, and she went on in court and lost the case. Donna Douglas also sued toy manufacturer Mattel in 2011 after they produced an Ellie Mae Clampett Barbie doll and used her image and character on the packaging. The case was settled out of court. Donna continued traveling to fan conventions to make speeches supporting her charity work to the end. Sadly, she died on Thursday, January 1st, 2015, at the age of 82 from pancreatic cancer. Rest in peace. And I'll never forget The Twilight Zone that she acted in, written by Rod Serling, titled Eye of the Beholder, shot in 1960, 2 years before the premiere of the Beverly Hillbillies. It was in season 2 of The Twilight Zone, and she didn't have any lines that she spoke herself. Her dialogue was dubbed over by another actress, but it was the one with the pig-like creatures in another. It was like the Land of the Giants world. See, we come full circle a lot in the Nostalgic Podblast. I talked about Land of the Giants, how it was the state and the government, and it was like just a terrible, like almost Nazi-like planet in terms of the government. And that's the way this world was in Eye of the Beholder, an alternate universe where beauty is shunned and grotesque pig-like creatures are the norm and are considered attractive. And so the tragedy was her character, Donna Douglas, played someone that just underwent plastic surgery. She's under all these bandages. When can I take the bandages off? No change. They unmask her, and then it's revealed. You see this terrible pig-like Hitler creature on a monitor giving a terrible speech. And anyway, Rod Serling was a genius writer. By the way, I was listening to a podcast, and these guys got some Twilight Zones confused. There was an episode called A Kind of Stopwatch, in which a stopwatch can stop time. And if you're a bad guy with that stopwatch, you could rob a bank, you could do whatever. But there was another one with Dick York titled A Penny for Your Thoughts from season 2, where a coin lands on its side. And when that happens, Dick York's character can read everyone's minds. It wasn't the stopwatch at all. A Kind of Stopwatch was from season 5. Anyway, I digress. The Beverly Hillbillies, of course, aired on CBS from Wednesday, September 26th, 1962 at 9 p.m. until Tuesday, September 7th, 1971 at 7:30 p.m. This was a Wednesday night hit until the final year when CBS moved the fish out of water sitcom to Tuesday nights in September 1970 for what would be its final season. 274 episodes were filmed of the Beverly Hillbillies. Now get this, in the ratings, the Beverly Hillbillies hit number 1 in its very first inaugural season, 1962 to 1963, with a 36.1 rating. And it remained at number 1 for the following season, 1963 to 1964, with an incredible 39.1 rating point. Now, it slipped to number 12 position with a 25.6 rating during its third year. But then it rebounded in a tie with the second season of Bewitched. Bewitched, potato, at number 7. It tied with Bewitched in 7th place in the 1965 to 1966 season, with both shows, Bewitched and Beverly Hillbillies, scoring a 25.9 rating. So it went up from 25.6 the previous season. Now, the Beverly Hillbillies was a victim of the Norman Lear purge by CBS network executives who had opted for more quote-unquote sophisticated comedies. And out at CBS were all of the remaining Paul Henning comedies like Petticoat Junction, Green Acres, as well as Hogan's Heroes and Gomer Pyle, USMC, and many others. It was terrible because All in the Family raised the bar in terms of the writing and the controversial subjects. And, just these executives, I think they canceled these shows prematurely because they were long-running hits, of course. By the way, All in the Family dominated the TV ratings at number 1 from the 1971 to 1972 season. The next year, 72 to 73 season, number 1. Number 1 again in 1973 to 1974. Number 1 again after that, 1974 to 75 season. 1975 to 1976 season, all placed in number 1. The highest rating points that All in the Family achieved was a 34.0 rating in its second season. It never beat the record the Beverly Hillbillies set with a 39.1 rating in its second season. Wow! The Cosby Show knocked on the ratings door with a 34.9 rating in the 1986 to 1987 season for NBC. But by the way, Gunsmoke hit a 40.3 rating for CBS in 1959 to 1960 in that season. That was the same season Twilight Zone debuted, by the way, on CBS, 59 to 60 season. The ratings record for a single season, by the way, is held by I Love Lucy with a whopping 67.3 Nielsen rating back in the 1952 to 1953 season, which of course was number 1 that season. By the way, 52, 53. I keep saying, by the way. That was the season where the Jackie Gleason Show joined the lineup at CBS, 1952 to 53, after it had been on the Dumont Network with the Jackie Gleason Show on Saturday night. Jackie Gleason was Mr. Saturday Night. And movie theaters really took a hit on Saturday night, back when Jackie was dominating the airwaves. By the way, all these ratings, by the way, I did it again. This was when the AC Nielsen Company was a legitimate source for ratings data. I really think, now I'm not going to make any friends with a lot of things I say on this show, but I do think there's payoffs. I happen to know, but not diagrams. We're going to talk about that another time. Continuing with birthdays. Let's move on to December 5th. Back on December 5th, a pioneer was born, Walt Disney. Born Walter Elias Disney on Thursday, December 5th, 1901, in Chicago, Illinois, Disney developed an early interest in drawing. He took art classes as a boy and got a job as a commercial illustrator at the age of 18. Walt Disney moved to California in the early 1920s and set up the Disney Brothers studio with his brother Roy. He developed the character Mickey Mouse in 1928, his first highly popular success. And he also provided the voice for his creation in the early years. As the studio grew, Walt Disney became more adventurous, introducing synchronized sound, full-color 3-strip Technicolor, feature-length cartoons, and technical developments in cameras. The results seen in features, meaning movies such as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in 1937, Pinocchio, Fantasia both in 1940, Dumbo in 1941, Bambi in 1942, furthered the development of animated film. New animated and live-action films followed after World War II, including the critically successful Cinderella in 1950 and Mary Poppins in 1964, the latter of which received 5 Academy Awards. Walt Disney grew more politically conservative as he got older. He was a Democratic Party supporter until the 1940 presidential election, when he switched allegiance to the Republican Party. And he became a generous donor to Thomas Dewey's 1944 bid for the presidency. In 1946, Walt Disney was a founding member of the Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals, an organization who stated that they believe in and like the American way of life. We find ourselves in sharp revolt against a rising tide of communism, fascism, and kindred beliefs that seek by subversive means to undermine and change this way of life, unquote. In 1947, during the Second Red Scare, Disney testified before the House of Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, where he branded Herbert Sorrell, David Hilberman, and William Pomerantz, former animators and labor union organizers, as communist agitators. Wow. Disney stated that the 1941 strike led by them was part of an organized communist effort to gain influence in Hollywood. It was alleged by the New York Times in 1993 that Walt Disney had been passing secret information to the FBI from 1940 until his death in 1966. In return for this information, J. Edgar Hoover allowed Disney to film in FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. Disney was made a full special agent in charge of contact in 1954. Sadly, Walt Disney passed away on Thursday, December 15th, 1966, at the age of 65 in Burbank, California. Now, I have a clip. This is from 1966, An Evening with Walt Disney. This is Walt Disney's last filmed appearance. Very brief. I think it's only a minute or so long. And we are not a political show. I am reading what I researched. Now, some of that data came from Wikipedia, so I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just reading what I read, what I discovered when I researched tonight's Nostalgic Podblast. So let me find this clip from the great Walt Disney. What a guy who made a difference. Here he is. Here's his last film appearance, if I can get it to go.
Good evening, friends. I'm sorry to have to welcome you to this invitational showing of Follow Me Boys in this way. I'd give anything to be there with you, but this seems to be one of those times I'm tied down here at the studio night and day. Of course, it's always this way when we're shooting a picture. And it so happens we're in the middle of shooting one right now. It's a comedy feature called Blackbeard's Ghost, starring Peter Ustinov, Steve Jones, and Susan Plachette. Now, we've completed quite a few pictures since finishing Follow Me Boys. But there's one special one that I just have to mention. It's titled The Happiest Millionaire. Now, this is one we call a happy family musical. It's the true story of the fabulous Anthony Drexel Biddle family of Philadelphia in the era of 1917. Now, the stars are Fred McMurray,
yes,
a real Disney favorite, as Mr. Biddle, the lovely Greer Garson as Mrs. Biddle, two newcomers, Leslie Ann Warren and John Davidson, playing Cordelia Biddle and Angie Duke. Wow. And it was the romance between these two that brought together the Biddle and Duke family. And introducing the fabulous Tommy Steele, star of the Broadway hit Half a Sixpence. Tommy plays the part of John Lawless, the butler. Now, there's a sequence in the picture that I'd like very much to run for you. It's that part where Tommy, fresh off the boat from Ireland, has been sent by an employment agency to the Biddle home to apply for the job as butler. He walks in unannounced, and this is what happened. Well, that's just one of the many songs in the show. And naturally, being part Irish, it's one of my favorites, of course. Now, The Happiest Millionaire won't be released until late next year. So let's get on with the business at hand, and that is Follow Me Boy. To us, this is a very special kind of motion picture, and one of which we're very proud. It has a fine cast, and oh yes, you're about to meet a 15-year-old boy for whom I predict a great acting future. His name is Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the show, and incidentally, have a handkerchief handy. If you're like me, you're not only going to laugh a lot, but you're going to shed a few happy tears. So thanks for coming, and again, I'm sorry I can't be there with you personally for this occasion, but here now is Follow Me Boy.
How about that? You hear those stars? Suzanne Plachette, John Davidson, and of course, Kurt Russell, among others. Awesome. God bless Walt Disney, a man, as I said before, who made a real difference in pop culture and in all of society in the entire world. Now, continuing with December 5th, Little Richard was born Monday, December 5th, 1932 in Macon, Georgia, as Richard Wayne Penniman. Described as the architect of rock and roll, Little Richard's most celebrated work dates from the mid-1950s, when his charismatic showmanship and dynamic music, characterized by frenetic piano playing, pounded backbeat, and raspy shouted vocals, laid the foundation for rock and roll. Little Richard's innovative Emotive vocalizations and up-tempo rhythmic music also played a key role in the formation of other popular music genres, including soul and funk. He influenced numerous singers and musicians across musical genres from rock to hip-hop, and his music helped shape rhythm and blues for generations to come. Tutti Frutti in 1955, one of Richard's signature songs, became an instant hit, crossing over to the pop charts in both the United States and overseas in the United Kingdom. Little Richard's next hit single, Long Tall Sally, in 1956, hit #1 on the Billboard Rhythm and Blues Bestsellers chart, followed by a rapid succession of 15 more in less than 3 years. All these were hits. His performances during this period resulted in the integration between white Americans and African Americans in his audience. In 1962, during a 5-year period in which Little Richard abandoned rock and roll music for born-again Christianity, concert promoter Don Arden persuaded him to tour Europe. During this time, the Beatles opened for Richard on some of the tour dates. Little Richard advised the Beatles on how to perform his songs and taught the band's member Paul McCartney his distinctive vocalizations. About his personal life, around 1956, Little Richard became involved with Audrey Robinson, a 16-year-old college student, originally from Savannah, Georgia. Richard and Robinson quickly got acquainted, despite Robinson not being a fan of rock and roll music. Little Richard claimed in his 1984 autobiography that he invited other men to have sexual encounters with her in groups. Good Lord. And claimed to have once invited Buddy Holly to have sex with her. God, this is so sordid. I'm sorry. I knew about this. I did pre-read this, but this is getting pretty heavy. And it's hearsay. Whether he said it or not, I apologize, folks. I try to keep this family friendly. Whew. But Robinson denied those claims about Buddy Holly, who died the day the music died, when the plane went down. No pun intended. Richard proposed marriage to Robinson, but she refused. Robinson later became known under the name Lee Angel and became a stripper and socialite. Little Richard reconnected with Robinson in the 1960s, though she left him again after his drug abuse worsened. Robinson was interviewed for Little Richard's 1985 documentary on the South Bank Show and denied Little Richard's claims as they went back and forth with their stories. According to Robinson, Little Richard would use her to buy food in white-only fast food stores, as he could not enter any of those restaurants, due to the color of his skin. Little Richard said in 1984 that he played with just girls as a child and was subjected to homosexual jokes and ridicule because of his manner of walk and talk. His father brutally punished Little Richard whenever he caught him wearing his mother's makeup and clothing. Well, yeah, I can understand that. The singer said, well, by today's standards, it's no big deal. That's cool. No judgments. We're not political here. Okay. Anyway, Little Richard said he had been sexually involved with both sexes as a teenager. Because of his effeminate mannerisms, his father kicked him out of their family home when he was just 15 years old. In 1985, on that South Bank show I referenced, Little Richard explained, "My daddy put me out of the house. He said he wanted 7 boys, and I had spoiled it because I was gay," unquote. Little Richard died Saturday, May 9th, 2020, at the age of 87 at his home in Tennessee from a cause related to bone cancer after a 2-month illness. I have a clip to play of Little Richard on the great NBC Late Night with David Letterman show, which aired at 12:30 a.m. until 1:30 a.m., Monday through Thursday originally. This is from May 4th, 1982, so Dave's NBC Late Night show had only been on since February 1st, 1982. But this is from May 9th, so it had only been on 3 months, just over 3 months, about 3 months. Let's listen to Little Richard in his own words with the great David Letterman. May 4th, 1982. Come on now. Don't leave me high and dry live.
Oh, let me get to it right away. My first guest who I'll bring out here in just a minute, and then my second guest who I'll bring out later. Now, Having a lot of trouble tonight. It is impossible to imagine what rock and roll would sound like if our next guest had never been born. Along with Elvis Presley and Chuck Berry, he is one of the undisputed giants of rock. From the day he recorded Tutti Frutti in 1955, his influence has been enormous. His life has been just as exciting as his music, and we'll talk to him about both tonight. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Little Richard. Richard, how are you? Nice to see you, sir.
Macon zone, Macon, Georgia. Yee-hoo! Great balls of fire.
Thank you very much for being here. At the very beginning of the show, I made a statement which I think is a pretty fair one. Let me know what you think of it. If you hadn't come along, or maybe rock and roll would have started differently or later. I'm sure it would have started sooner or later.
I don't believe it would have got started at all. In my hometown, Macon, Georgia, where I'm from, I've never heard any rock and roll music before. It was Swing and Sway with Sammy Kaye when I was a little boy.
Yeah. How old were you when you were listening to Sammy Kaye?
I really didn't listen to him. But I had gotten tired of hearing about him. And so what I did, I started playing the piano and I made up Tutti Frutti. And I sung Tutti Frutti for many years before I recorded it.
Yeah.
Because everybody thought it was crazy. You know, wop, bop, loom, bop, bop, bam, boom.
Yeah.
Didn't nobody know what it meant, and I didn't either.
Yeah.
And so I decided that I should put that on record.
Yeah. You were in 1957. How long had you been performing as Little Richard at that point?
I had been performing as Little Richard from a little boy.
Yeah.
From a little boy, I was singing around Macon, Georgia, beating on the doorsteps. I would go around from house to house and beat on the steps, and people would give me a quarter, a dime, 50 cents.
But by 1957, you were an established rock and roll entity.
Yes.
And you were touring in Australia?
All over the world.
And what happened in Australia? You just decided, that's it, I'm not going to do it anymore.
Well, what happened when I was in Australia, during that period, I stopped and went to school. You know, I've never made this type of money, David. You know, I was making $15 a week in Macon, and all of a sudden I'm making $10,000 an hour. So I went back to school to learn how to count, to read, because I didn't know how. I needed to know how to handle the money. I had a lot of managers that was handling it a whole lot, taking it all, leaving me nothing. I didn't even know how to count the nothing that they left. So I went back to school to study.
So, but at that time, did you get into religion, or was it?
Yes, well, I've always been religiously inclined. You know, my mother in Macon, Georgia, my mother has 12 kids, and I would have to go to church in order to go to the movie. I would have to go to church Sunday morning at the Baptist church, and that evening I would go to the movie. But I've always loved God. You know, in my hometown, if you didn't love God, you didn't have nothing, because it was so prejudiced back in that time. You know, I had to do what I was doing in order to survive.
Yeah. What do you mean had to do what you were doing to survive?
Well, you know, when I was singing rock and roll, at that time they would call black music race music when I sung rock and roll. I was on RCA Victor before Elvis Presley, but they wouldn't put me on RCA, they put me on Camden. So when I would wear makeup, they would let me sing for the white girls. When I put on eyelashes and all that, they would let me sing. But when I went as a just straight dude, they wouldn't let me sing.
Now why is that?
Well, they thought I wanted the girls. So if I came out a straight guy, they wouldn't let me sing. But when I came out with all the makeup on and all the eyelashes and all the hair, they said, Richard is a good boy. I never was a good man, but I was a good boy.
Now, who is they that you're talking about here?
Some of the whites in Macon, where I'm from, I came from a little town. You know, it was real prejudice back in that time.
Now, this is, as I recall, my memory of you is you were a peculiar appearing performer. You were not the guy running the 7-Eleven. Well, maybe you were, but you looked strange, you know?
Well, it was strange because didn't nobody else have nerve enough to wear what I was wearing.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of people wanted to look like I looked, but they didn't know how to put it on.
Yeah,
I think that during that period that there was a lot of people that would love to have been flamboyant, you know, just like Kiss and Jimi Hendrix, which was my guitar player. He started out with me. Billy Preston, James Brown was my vocalist. Otis Redding, all the Beatles came with me. They started with me. Mick Jagger. All these people started with me.
So you, I mean, now taking another turn here, you really did have a dramatic impact and a great deal of influence on what would later become the mainstays of rock and roll music.
I was the architect of rock.
But my other question is, if you had these religious roots, wasn't it kind of a tearing circumstance for you to be appearing in eye makeup and so forth, and then also be a devout Baptist?
Well, I wasn't.
The Baptists in those days probably didn't want women wearing makeup, did they?
Well, in those days, some of them didn't know what they was wearing themselves. What happened is, I wasn't really a religious person. I was a young boy. I wanted to be famous so bad, and I really wanted a Cadillac. Lord Price came to my hometown, and he had a Cadillac, and so I wanted to sing and get me a Cadillac. I wanted to be famous for one purpose, to get a Cadillac.
Just to get the Cadillac.
The longest Cadillac in my hometown was owned by the funeral home, and you had to die to ride.
Yeah, that's no fun getting it that way.
And I was determined not to die.
All right, we're going to continue with Little Richard. We'll be back in a minute or two, folks.
Letterman is an awesome interview. Always has been. Always has been. He made his money. His son now. Harry.
Gentlemen, of course, is Little Richard, and that's one of your songs right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's one of my Lucille. That's Lucille.
Yeah. Now, have these songs made you a wealthy man?
Well, it should have.
Oh, this is your managers again.
My managers are very rich, sitting on hills. Some of them falling off of the hills now. The storms are pushing some of them off. But I made a lot of money, but I was cheated, I was used, I was exploited. You know, the fella came to Macon, Georgia and got me and told me he'd make me a star. I wanted to be a star more than I got the money.
Yeah.
So he's rich. I didn't get rich from it, but...
you're doing okay now, though. I mean, you're not,
God is good to me. God is a good... I'm not Reverend Ike.
No, I know that.
But God has been good, you know, because I don't tell people they're going to have no pie in the sky by and by. I've had enough pie down here. When I go to heaven, I'm just going to be with Jesus.
Let me ask you about one thing, and then we have some videotape of you in action. When you were a young boy, you were tossed out of your own home, eh?
Yes.
How does this happen?
Well, my daddy, we had 12 kids. My daddy's name is Charles Penniman, and we called him Bud. But I wouldn't obey my father. I didn't obey my father. I didn't do what he wanted me to do, and so he told me I had to get out. He said, Richard, I was gay, and he says that I wanted 7 boys, and you're messing it up. And my brother's name was Charles, so I would go out in the yard and call him. I had a high voice. I would say, Charles! He said, I'm going to kill you tonight. He said, I'm going to kill you, because I was really flamboyant, so my people didn't like it. So my dad said, you either follow this rule or get out.
Yeah.
So I got out because I wanted to wear all of my stones.
Now,
and
how old were you when you hit the road, then, when he tossed you out?
I was old enough to go in the streets. Because I had to find a place. My mother didn't want me to go. I was about 17, 16 or
Now,
17.
is your father still alive?
No, Dad is dead. He didn't live to see my fame or nothing. And
Did you ever get this worked out, or was it a problem the rest of your life?
No, but God gave me the victory. I'm not gay now, but, you know, I was gay all my life. I believe I was one of the first gay people to come out. But God let me know that he made Adam be with Eve, not Steve.
So, that's where that comes from.
So I just, I gave my heart to Christ.
But let me add, you keep saying one provocative thing after another. You used to be gay, but now you're not.
I'm a man for the first time in my life.
Yeah.
I know how you feel now.
I've not seen this interview, heard it, but it wasn't like I planned for this.
This is getting more and more fascinating with each new turn. We have some videotape here, Richard. Tell us, I guess you know what's on the videotape. This is you performing?
Yes, it is.
I didn't know until just now he's the one that came
I
up
don't
with
know
Adam
where
and
I am,
Steve
but it's me, y'all.
Okay, and roughly this is 1975?
Yes,
is that what?
that's
okay,
right.
This would be Little Richard performing. Watch the monitor.
Nope. Wow, very controversial stuff. Little Richard, Macon, Georgia, a true talent. We'll get back to his interview in just a second. Got to get past a ad for a fast food joint. Here we go.
Monitor, as if you will.
Love this music. Little Richard. Yeah. Little Richard.
Little Richard. Wow. We're going to go away for station identification. We'll come back. Little Richard will sing for us. When you see yourself in action in the old days, is it you want to get back into it on that level?
I'm just so glad God brought me out of that. I never knew I looked like that. I'm just so glad that God was able to clean me up and wash me up, and thank you, Lord.
We'll be back. Little Richard will sing for us.
Stay with us a little bit longer, okay, audience? Another 4 minutes. Little Richard.
Welcome back to the show. Author J. Robert Nash, the author of Zanies, will be with us. We have some spring fashions from the subway. Little Richard is here. There is about 90 different things I would like to ask you now. We can't ask you 90 different things. I have to ask you this, though. Did you ever one time make Johnny Carson get out of his chair?
Yes, I took a costume on for him to put on, and I told him I wanted to do something I'd never done before, and I ran through the audience, and I told him I've always wanted to host a show, and I asked him up, and he let me get up. He got up out of his seat, and I took his seat. Yes, I did. I did that.
We should, I guess, establish now what you're doing. We have mentioned what you have done and what you mean in music history. What are you doing now?
Well, I'm an evangelist now, David. I travel over the world preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ, and I became a drug addict. I was on heroin, I was angel dust, everything, acid. And my brother, I had 4 people to die. One night I was appearing at Magic Mountain and a friend of mine fell dead. I had another friend of mine that I went to his house to get some cocaine. My birthday is December the 5th. On my birthday, he fell dead. I had another friend of mine that some fellows put in a trunk and cut him up with a butcher knife. Ike and Tina Turner had an engagement in Miami. And I went in Tina's place. My brother fell dead. And then I made a vow to God that I wanted to do something in his service. And God said, what shall it profit a man if he should gain the whole world and lose his own soul? So I was determined to give my life to Christ before it's too late, because I could be dead. You know, Elvis was a very good friend of mine, Buddy Holly, Jimi Hendrix, all these people. And God has spared my life. If a person see me, they can see that I am a new creature. If any man be in Christ, God made me all over again.
But are you a satisfied person now? Are you sometimes you don't get the urge to go back out and crank out some hits and?
No. I'm happy now. I've made a lot of hits, you know, in the past, but I'm happy now because I have peace of mind, that peace that passeth all understanding, and it's just peace that you can't get nowhere. Hello, Gregory.
Gregory's here, apparently. Huh? There was some speculation that Gregory might not make it. You're going to sing this, right, Richard?
Yes, I am.
One day at a time, ladies and gentlemen. Go on over there, if you will, sir. Little Richard singing One Day at a Time.
Not the theme song from the sitcom I've been watching.
One day at a time.
It's about recovery.
That's all I'm asking from you. Give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Where yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Show me the way, give me today, one day at a time. I'm only human, and I'm just a man. Help me in what I believe in, all that I am. Show me the stairway one day at a time.
Wow.
Subway fashion and author J. Robert Nash. Thank you very much, Richard.
If you want to watch that clip, it's titled Little Richard on Letterman, May 4th, 1982 on YouTube. Equal time, we just wrapped on Hanukkah, the lights. And want to mention December 6th, a real mega successful talent was born. And I worked on one of his sets just as a little extra. We'll talk about it later. But I have some really positive things to say about this gentleman. Judd Apatow was born Wednesday, December 6th, 1967 in Flushing, New York. Apatow began performing stand-up comedy at the age of 17 during his senior year of high school. In the September 1985 issue of Laugh Factory magazine, he is listed as an associate editor. After graduating from high school in 1985, Judd Apatow moved to Los Angeles, California, and enrolled in the screenwriting program at the University of Southern California. While at USC, he organized and hosted a number of on-campus comedy night events, featuring headliners such as Saturday Night Live performer Kevin Nealon. Judd Apatow introduced the acts at these events with short stand-up routines of his own. He also began volunteering at and later producing benefit concerts for HBO's Comic Relief and performing and singing stand-up at the Improv in Hollywood, California. Judd Apatow dropped out of college during his second year and later moved into an apartment with comedian Adam Sandler, whom he met at the Improv. He competed in the Johnny Walker Comedy Search in 1989, directed by Saturday Night Live short film producer Neil Marshad. Apatow went to join HBO's Larry Sanders Show, The Larry Sanders Show, in 1993 as a writer and consulting producer, and he later served as a co-executive producer and director of an episode during the show's final season in 1998. Judd Apatow's credits, he credits Gary Shandling as his mentor for influencing him to write comedy that is more character-driven. Judd Apatow earned 6 Emmy nominations for his work on Larry Sanders, and during the same time, he worked as a consulting producer and staff writer for the animated show The Critic, starring Jon Lovitz. Judd Apatow did uncredited rewrites of the Adam Sandler films Happy Gilmore and The Wedding Singer. And he also did uncredited rewrites on 2 Jim Carrey films, Liar Liar and Bruce Almighty. He's the founder of Apatow Productions, through which he produced and directed the films The 40-Year-Old Virgin, I love that, from 2005, Knocked Up in 2007, Funny People in 2009, This Is 40 in 2012, Trainwreck in 2015, and The King of Staten Island in 2020. Additionally, through Apatow Productions, he produced and developed the television series Freaks and Geeks from 1999 to 2000, Undeclared from 2001 to 2002, Funny or Die Presents from 2010 to 2011, Girls 2012 to 2017, Love from 2016 to 2018, and Crashing from 2017 to 2019. Judd Apatow also produced the films The Cable Guy in 1996. I love that movie. And it was written, I thought, and directed by Ben Stiller. And The Cable Guy is so underrated. That's one of my favorites. It was kind of a dark comedy. Or black comedy, as they say. And you know what? That means dark comedy, of course. No, there's no racial component to that term. But I love The Cable Guy. So many great lines. And that's where his wife was one of the stars of The Cable Guy, Judd Apatow. But anyway, he produced The Cable Guy, which I love. And Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy in 2004, Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky and Bobby 2006, Ricky Bobby, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby 2006, Superbad 2007, Pineapple Express in 2008, Forgetting Sarah Marshall in 2008 as well, and Get Him to the Greek 2010, The Great Bridesmaids in 2011, Begin Again in 2013, and Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues in 2013, filmed in Atlanta, Georgia. I'll talk about that in a second. And also at St. Simon's Island, Georgia. And The Big Sick in 2017. Throughout his career, Judd Apatow received nominations for 11 Primetime Emmy Awards and 2 wins, 5 Writers Guild of America Awards, 1 win. He was nominated for 5. And 2 Producers Guild of America Awards, and 1 Golden Globe Award and 1 Grammy Award. Now, I want to talk about my personal experience on one of his sets for his production companies. I worked, like I said, on Anchorman 2 for 15 days, and his production company spared no expense to treat everyone right. We had like lamb for lunch one day, and the way it works, like, it was tough to get on as an extra because you had to look like it's the 1970s, and they wanted you to grow out facial hair and and the hair on your head hair, and you just had to look kind of like a hippie. And so they were very, very picky, and I was chosen to be one of the GNN staff. That's, of course, like the parody of CNN. And the GNN set was in the old, now demolished records building in Atlanta, Georgia, in the midtown/downtown area, which doubled as GNN. It's since been torn down. And then, as I mentioned, at St. Simon's Island, where there was a big wedding scene filmed, which is at the end of Anchorman 2. And Paul Rudd, I've mentioned this in the Podblast before, he high-fived me on the beach after a take, after the wedding scene. And watching those guys do improv was a complete joy. And, usually extras don't get treated very well in terms of the food. Like, there's separate food. It's just a union rule thing. Stand-ins are treated like the regular crew, and a lot of them get credits. Extras never get credits. You've probably seen Extras by Ricky Gervais. Pretty funny series there from some years ago about extras. Extras have delusions of grandeur, and they think they're going to be discovered. And I can understand why they're not treated well, because they don't really do anything. They're like pieces of furniture. But Judd Apatow's set and his production company were awesome, and everyone was treated equally. And it was just a hell of a lot of fun. And I was honored to be a part of that production. Very, very funny movie. So I do have a clip of Judd talking about how to write comedy. This is just 90 seconds long, but there's a lot of wisdom in this clip. Let's see if I can pull it up right fast quick. I should have had it ready for you folks. But Anchorman 2, happy birthday to Judd Apatow. What a mega success. Got a couple more things to say about him, because he, again, has made a huge difference in cinema and comedy.
People should look at comedies as dramas when they're writing. It really doesn't help to think of these stories as comedy stories. They should be stories that would work just as well without any jokes. If you have a great story and great characters, it's easy to find a way to make it funny. The problem with a lot of comedies is they're serving a comedic premise primarily, and they don't really have a reason to exist. You could say that the 40-Year-Old Virgin could have fallen prey to that. We don't approach it as a funny idea. We approach it as a real idea about a guy who let something get past him, and now he's so embarrassed and so scared that he can't do it. And that's a dramatic story about shame and about someone who is stuck as a pubescent person. And if you take it seriously, then suddenly his predicament can become funny, because he's in a corner. I generally just think difficult circumstances lend themselves to comedy, and it allows it to be both dramatic and funny.
And that's from Masterclass YouTube channel. So That's a pretty cool. I've seen advertisements on television for Masterclass. They have all sorts of talents sharing their wisdom. So, Judd Apatow, happy birthday. Love his craft and his production company. And I'm glad I could have some brief personal experience there back in 2013, I think it was. So, another birthday on December 6th. Jo Beth Williams turned 73 years old. She was born Monday, December 6th, 1948 in Houston, Texas. Jo Beth Williams rose to prominence appearing in such films as Stir Crazy. Remember that great Richard Pryor? We talked about him earlier. Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. Love that movie. And she was in it. That was the first movie I saw with Jo Beth Williams. Of course, she was in Poltergeist in 1982. I love the marijuana smoking scene with her and Craig T. Nelson in Poltergeist. And she did all the Poltergeist movies. She was in The Big Chill in 1983. The great television scary movie The Day After about a nuclear holocaust. That was a scary television event. Jason Robards was in it and many other talents. And then Jo Beth Williams did Teachers in 1984 in which she was naked. She stripped down in the hallways of a high school. And I remember 38 Special did that song. Remember the band 38 Special? I need to talk more about music. It's just there's so much there's so many issues with music rights and stuff, and it's more trouble than it's worth. I mean, I do acknowledge, certain artists, when it's their birthday, and we talked about like Don Henley and recent people, but we're a nostalgia show, so I'm going to talk more about music in terms of social media posts. But I can't play songs. It kind of sucks, in social media land. You can't play songs, but I found a way around that where I'm not violating like live versions. You typically can play a live version, and the bots won't get you. But anyway, back to Jo Beth Williams. So where did I leave off? Teachers, yeah. And then the Poltergeist sequel, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, in 1986. And she's a 3-time Emmy Award nominee. She was nominated for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Miniseries or Movie for her work in the TV movie Adam in 1983. That was sad. Oh, my God. Adam. Mr. Walsh from America's Most Wanted. That was his boy. Oh, that's a heartbreaking movie. And her TV miniseries Baby M in 1988. Jo Beth Williams' third nomination was for a guest role in the sitcom Frasier in 1994. And she also starred in the TV series The Client in 1995 to 1996. And she had recurring roles in the TV series Dexter in 2007, which has returned, and Private Practice from 2009 to 2011. Yes, I have a clip. It's from a radio interview from radio station 98.3, The Key. Call letters KEYW in Washington State, a radio station that launched back on June 30th, 1986. This is an April 2015 radio interview with Jo Beth Williams, and it's not very long, but I really like her, and you don't see enough of her anymore. Very talented. Let me see if I can find that clip. I should have had it pulled up. I say that every time. Happy 73rd birthday to Jo Beth Williams. Let's play this radio interview.
Been waiting all morning to talk to her. Jo Beth Williams.
7 minutes
Welcome
long.
to the show. How are you, my dear?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm great. I have a show premiering tonight, so I'm feeling real good about it.
It's going to be the one on TBS opposite Richard Dreyfuss, Your Family or Mine.
Right.
It's got to be so cool to work with Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah. Well, I've known Richard for about 30 years, and Ed Begley Jr., who's also in the show, I've known him for that long. So it's great fun to work with people that you've known forever, especially Richard and Ed, both of whom are so funny, and which in a comedy is a really good thing, I find, to have actors who are funny. And it's a delightful show. The premise is that when you marry your spouse's family as well.
Right.
And every other show takes place in one set of in-laws. So Richard and I are, the Tonight Show will be in our house, and then next week's show will be in Ed Begley and Cynthia Stevenson's house. And it's about the poor spouses who are kind of stuck with each other's families. And, of course, the families are vastly different.
Yeah.
Ours is very upper middle class, aspiring to be upper class. And I am, in particular, am snobby and, right about everything, obviously. And then Ed Begley Jr.'s family is much more sort of loosey-goosey, touchy-feely, bohemian, say what they feel, and I turn up my nose at them, of course, thinking they're lower class and blah, blah, blah. So it's fun. It's really fun, and the actors are all great.
Now, I've been sitting here listening to you describe this show.
It sounds like our families.
Exactly. Number one, it sounds like our families. But number two, I've been just trying to pull out a little bit of Texan in you, and I just can't.
Oh, it's there. And if I start talking to my family, I tell you.
Well, Stacy was telling me off the air that you actually had to go to like a voice coach to try to get rid of your Texas accent.
No, I didn't actually. I went east to college, and so when I got to New England to school, everybody looked at me like I was a hick, and said things like, "Oh, is there culture in Houston?" Like I was from the Wild West or something. And so I thought, well, all right, I guess I better start talking like everybody else. And if since I was doing theater, I figured every play couldn't take place in Texas, so I probably should not have the accent all the time. So it was actually not too hard for me to lose it.
So I got to ask you, and I'm going to make us, I'm going to go there, but I'm going to make us all feel really, really old. How many years has it been since we got to see you on Poltergeist?
Years.
Well, let's see. The Big Chill was. We celebrated our 30th anniversary at the Toronto Film Festival last year or 2 years ago.
You're the math host. Jeez,
so
what a
I think
stupid question.
83 was the Big Chill. I think 82 was Poltergeist.
Man.
So that's been, 33 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing, Jo Beth, you do a movie like that, you probably, I don't know, when you did it, you probably thought, okay, and then it just kind of talks about your career forever now,
Well, it's interesting. When we shot that movie, Craig Nelson and I, both, we really couldn't tell. It was like, well, gee, this could end up going right to the drive-in.
Right.
Because in those days they had drive-in.
Right to the drive-in.
I love it.
and we really didn't know. And now, they're doing a remake.
Right, exactly.
It's coming out in May, so go figure.
It was one of the coolest films, that back then, it was like, whoa, everybody had to see it. It was a mega hit. And you just never know when you're making a movie, right? Budget-wise or any of that.
And especially because when you do a movie with special effects, they're not there, You don't know what they're going to look like. We're looking at we're in front of a blue screen because they're going to be put in later. And we're staring, Spielberg would hold up a stick and say, okay, it's up here. This is where you're looking and screaming.
Right.
And we'd go, well, what is it? And he'd say, we don't know, but it's going to be really scary.
Oh, wow.
And it was so heartbreaking. The loss of the little girl. I can't remember her name right now. That when she died of the flu, I think is what it was.
Heather O'Rourke.
Yeah.
No, she was 12, and she had a blockage in her colon.
Oh, wow.
That they thought she had complained of stomach pains, and her mother thought that, it was probably like a stomach flu or something. And then it got worse, and when they got her to the hospital, they did surgery, and she died on the table.
Man, it's so sad.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yes, it was awful. It was just awful, heartbreaking. She was such a little angel, such a good little girl. I mean, she did not complain about anything. And her mom said that was part of the problem. She didn't tell them until she was really in pain.
Right.
But, I mean, we put her through, on Poltergeist, she had to be covered in goop and mud and steam.
Wow.
She was 5, and she was just a little trooper. Yeah. So
Jo Beth, do you have a moment? I wanted to touch on this. Tell us about your work with the Screen Actors Guild Foundation. I know you guys do some great work.
It's a charity very dear to my heart because we take care of actors in need. A lot of our actors, particularly, everybody thinks actors make a lot of money. Well, that like 0.5% make a decent living. And many of our actors, particularly older actors who may have had brilliant careers, you may have, recognized them. now can't get jobs because there aren't that many roles for older people who may have catastrophic health care needs. They may have emergency assistant need to help us. We help pay their rent. So we're there for actors when they need us. And also we have national children's literacy programs that are just terrific. So it's something that I really enjoy doing. It's very near and dear to my heart. As an actor, I feel fortunate that I've had a good career, and I feel like I should give back in some way, and this is one of the ways that I can.
Good for you. We'll keep up the good work, and we look forward to the new show. I'm definitely going to watch that tonight.
It's on TBS.
Great.
Yeah, Your Family or Mine, and we'll make sure to check that out. JoBeth, thank you so much for being on the show with us this morning. We appreciate it.
A pleasure talking to you.
All right. Have a great day. We'll talk to you soon. All right. There it is. JoBeth Williams. Again.
Don't go into the light.
No.
Carol Ann.
Stay away from the light. Such an awesome movie. You got to watch that tonight.
Now
Just
I want to
grab
watch
it.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, go watch Poltergeist. Can you believe it's been that long?
Wow, 1982.
Holy cow. That was so old. Anyway.
Thanks for that clip. Do some research, guys. JoBeth Williams, she's just underrated, and I wish she would do more acting. And what she said really hits home about helping actors. Because think about it. It's like athletes. You might make a lot of money, but unless you're good with finances, it's not going to last forever. And she's right. Like 1% are like successful actors of all the people aspiring to be working actors out there? It's tough, especially when you got a face like mine and very limited talent. Now, December 7th, we have, by the way, I didn't mention that Max Baer Jr., 6 feet 4 inches tall. I meant to mention that. But on December 7th, 1956, Larry Bird was born. And he just turned 65. He was born in West Baden Springs, Indiana. And, of course, he's a former basketball player, coach, and executive in the NBA, the National Basketball Association. He was nicknamed the Hick from French Lick and Larry Legend. Larry Bird is widely regarded as one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Bird was selected by the Boston Celtics with the 6th overall pick in the 1978 NBA draft, but he didn't play right away after that draft pick. He started in 79. Larry Bird played the position of small forward and power forward during his time in the NBA between 1979 and 1992. We're going to play a clip of him in a little bit when he announces retirement. Larry Bird was named MVP of the 1983 to 1984 season with averages of 24.2 points, 10.1 rebounds, 6.6 assists, and 1.8 steals per game. He's a 3-time NBA champion in the years 1981, over 40 years ago, 1984, and 1986 with the Boston Celtics. On March 12th of the 1984 to 1985 season, Larry Bird scored a career-high and franchise record 60 points in a game against the Atlanta Hawks, where I'm at now in Atlanta. The performance came, just 9 days after Kevin McHale set the previous Celtics record for points in a game with 56 points. At the conclusion of the year, Larry Bird was named MVP for the second consecutive season, behind averages of 28.7 points, 10.5 rebounds, and 6.6 assists per game. Boston advanced through the playoffs to earn a rematch with the Lakers, this time losing in 6 games. Larry Bird played, as I said, from 79 to 92, and was on the very first Olympic basketball dream team in Barcelona, Spain. Larry coached the Indiana Pacers from 1997 until the year 2000. Who says white man can't jump? Oh, yeah, a short black dude. Here is a clip from Larry Bird announcing his retirement in a press conference from August 18th, 1992. And I'm going to play the whole thing. And he didn't talk until 5 minutes into the clip. I debated. I want to keep this for historical purposes. By the way, the reason I play all these clips, I choose to play interviews with Johnny Carson or David Letterman, is because the YouTube gods could take these things down. And I'm trying to preserve these interviews audibly. That's what I'm doing. Let me play this clip of the great Larry Bird announcing that retirement. And this is from
To Bird.
August 18th.
Got it! It's Bird basketball. No question about it here. What a move by Chris Ford. It's paying off.
I'm going to play about 10 minutes of this. It's important. August 18th, 1992.
Thank you very much for coming today. As I'm sure you've guessed by now, this is kind of a bittersweet day for everyone involved with the Boston Celtics. A week ago today, Larry and I spent about 4 hours together, and he basically told me that as hard as it was for him to get to this point, he'll tell you in his own words in a few moments, that he just felt that he couldn't play anymore, that his back just would not allow him to play or practice or be able to play at the level that he wanted to. We had been together a lot this summer, and we'd kind of looked each other in the eye a lot of times and talked around the issue, but never got to it. And it was a difficult thing, I'm sure, for him, and I know it was for me. And we spent the rest of the week talking about his future. I simply handed him a blank piece of paper when he made it known to me that he wanted his association with the Boston Celtics to continue, that he felt Boston was a very special place for him, the Celtics were a very, very special place for him. And I handed him a blank piece of paper and told him to write his job description. Whereupon he said to me, "Oh, come on, Dave, you know I can't do that." So I said, "Well, let's start eliminating things. Do you want to coach?" He said, "Hell no." I said, "Do you want to go to work in the office every day from 9 to 5? He said, "Not." So I think that if there is a bright side to today for all of us in the Celtic organization and for all the fans in New England, it's that Larry is going to continue to have a special relationship with the Celtics. He'll serve as special assistant to me, to be able to advise us in all areas of Celtic operations, to make appearances for the team, and to maintain a presence in Boston. I've seen a lot of great players in my day, not as many as Red. I believe when the definitive history of basketball is written, whenever that is, today, tomorrow, or 50 years from now, that this man on my right will occupy a special place in the top 5 players ever to play this game. I don't know how any one player could have ever given any more to a
Magic
franchise,
Johnson,
to a city, than Larry Bird has given to the Boston Celtics. And God may
Kareem
have
Abdul-Jabbar,
not granted him an all-world body, but
Dominique
from
Wilkins,
the shoulders to the top of his head, and from
Of
his
course.
wrist to his fingertips, he
Michael
played the
Jordan.
game better than anybody's
And
ever played it.
the
And he
late
played
great
with a heart 5 times as bigger than anybody else I ever
Kobe
saw.
Bryant.
So we're very happy to say today that Larry's going to continue to be a part of our family, as difficult a day as this is for a lot of us. Coach?
Wait for it. This is important, folks. It is a part of pop culture.
You get mixed emotions when you talk about Larry Bird and what he's done for the Celtics. But first, I'd like to thank Dave. I'd like to thank Paul Dupuis, Alan Cohn, Don Gaston for cooperating with this thing to the nth degree. They were in total accord with what Dave outlined. And in my opinion, nobody, and I mean nobody, deserves it more. I could go on for hours and tell you about his accomplishments. But I remember 13 years ago when he came here, he looked like a little country bumpkin. But when you talked to him and you looked into his eyes, you knew that you weren't talking to any dummy.
Yeah.
He knew what he wanted in life, and he knew what it would take to get there.
Right. Correct.
Nobody, in my opinion, has ever been more self-motivated, and nobody that I've had or seen in the last 42 years here, anybody played hurt the way this guy did. It was just for his love of the game, the love of people. We're just tremendously happy, the whole organization, to know that in the future Larry will have some input to this ball club. I know you didn't come here to hear me. I know you want to hear Larry. So I'm going to turn it over to Larry.
Well, it's a little tough today, but we'll try to get through it as best we can. I'm very happy to be able to stay on with the Celtics and try to help them out as much as I possibly can. Sometimes it's been a long 13 years, and sometimes it's been a very slow 13 years. The last couple of years have been very tough on me, on my back and my body. It was very hard to deal with day in and day out, but unfortunately it all came down to this. I would like to play it a little bit longer, maybe a year or two more, but there's just no way possible I was going to be able to do that. So today I'm retiring, and I'm still going to be around, but not in the capacity I once was. Hopefully I can do a good job or continue to do a good job for them. I'd like to take this time to thank all of our season ticket holders, all of our fans throughout my stay here, and I know they'll keep supporting the Celtics and show the loyalty, just like the players will. This is not a sad day. It's a very emotional day, but it's not really a sad day because I knew this day was going to come sometime, and I sort of prepared myself. But once you sign the papers and say you're retired, or once you get up here in front of these people, it's a little bit different. There's been a lot of speculation that they want me to come back and play home games. They want me to play a 42-game season, but that's not the way I approach things. I try to play every game, every minute. I just couldn't see myself doing that. Last year was a tough year because after surgery I came back, I felt very good, and I thought I was going to be able to play a lot of games, and it didn't turn out very well for me. So at this time, this is probably the best thing that possibly could happen to me. I'm excited to be going into a new life, but I'm going to miss this life. This is great. I've been on a high for 17 years. I've been playing basketball at a peak that not very many people be able to do. So I enjoyed it. I just didn't like the injuries that I had, but that goes with the territory. I had one injury I couldn't shake. I've had a lot of injuries throughout the years, but the back situation, I just could not shake it. It feels better now, but it's not going to be 100% ever again. So as far as I'm concerned, I gave my heart, my body, my soul to the Celtics, and hopefully we can continue to have a good relationship. I guess take a few questions and get out of here, then you guys will never have to bother me again.
Larry,
when did I make the final decision? I don't know. It's been in and out of my head for 3 months. I don't think there really was one day I really made it. My wife gave me her 2 cents worth a year ago, and I had to come back last year. If I felt good, I just had to try it again. I love to play basketball, so I came back. I got injured in December, and I thought it was from a spill that I took in practice. I got undercut one time, and from that point on, I really never recovered the way I wanted to. But coming back from summer, I felt great. I probably hadn't felt that good in years, so I had to give it another try. But making the final decision was just really, I guess, last night, early this morning, or a couple of days ago, whenever it was. But this is the final decision right here. When you come in front of all you guys and start talking about it, I think that puts a final stamp on it. And whatever you hear from now to next year or the next years or whatever, I will not be coming back to play basketball. I discussed it with my doctors, and they assured me that this is the right decision, and it's something that had to be done.
Larry, are you trying to play up to the level that you're used to? Get this amount of games.
The great Larry Bird. Wow. What a champion. Now, someone's probably going to say, he wasn't on the dream team. He was hurting. I remember him being on the dream team in 92. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone correct me. I could have sworn he was on that first dream team, 1992 Olympic Games in Spain. Moving on, December 7th, 1966, C. Thomas Howell was born. He's 55 years old now. He's born in Van Nuys, Los Angeles, California. And I knew him from the movie The Outsiders that I've talked about in the Pod Blast before. He was quite a heartthrob for Generation Xers, X girls, and You know, everyone that was around that time remembers him. And he starred in the films Soul Man, The Hitcher, Grandview USA, Red Dawn, The Wolverine, Secret Admirer, among others. He also appeared in Gettysburg and Gods and Generals as Thomas Chamberlain. E.T., the extraterrestrial, remember that? The bicycle riding scene. He was in The Amazing Spider-Man, Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox, and Suicide Squad, Hell to Pay. Happy birthday, C. Thomas Howell. He's double nickels, 55. And like I've said before, you only have so many times in your life when you have double digits, starting with the age of 11. 11, 22, 33, et cetera, et cetera. And then you can hope for triple digits when you hit 111. Hopefully Betty White will hit that milestone, or Bob Barker. You know, they're really getting up there. And I love them both, being a game show lover and a comedy lover. Those are two legends right there. And they're both animal lovers, and it's a shame. Apparently, allegedly, they don't get along. I don't understand. It's none of my business, but that's too bad. So, another birthday, December 7th, T.O. Terrell Owens turned 48. He was born December 7th, 1973. Of course, he's a football wide receiver in the NFL. He played for 16 seasons. He's a 6-time Pro Bowl selection and a 5-time first-team All-Pro. No clip. I'm just going to read a little bit about him. T.O. holds or shares several NFL records. He ranks 3rd in career receiving yards at 15,934 and in receiving touchdowns at 153. After playing college football and basketball in Chattanooga, Tennessee, T.O. was selected in the 3rd round of the 1996 NFL Draft by the San Francisco 49ers. T.O. was a member of the team for 7 seasons until he was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles in 2004, following conflict with the 49ers front office. 2 years later, he signed with the Dallas Cowboys, where he spent 3 seasons. How about that, Jerry Jones? That's one of the most flamboyant NFL owners in the league. T.O.'s NFL career subsequently concluded after 1 season each with the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals. T.O. played his last professional game for the Allen Wranglers of the Indoor Football League, the IFL, in 2012. While regarded as one of the best players of his era, Terrell Owens created a significant amount of controversy during his professional career and attracted attention for his flamboyant touchdown celebrations, which caused rules to be changed in the NFL. And he was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2018. Now, number 4 of my birthdays on December 7th, happy heavenly birthday to Ted Knight. The great Ted Knight. He was born Friday, December 7th, 1923 in Connecticut. He died on Tuesday, August 26th, 1986 from cancer. I have a clip with Dean Martin and Ted Knight, and this is titled, There'll Be Some Changes Made. Now, again, as I have always said, thanks to Ryan Settles, no rules in comedy. He says it, I say it, and I believe it. So this is a little bit dated, obviously, because it's been since 1986 since Ted Knight was on this earth. But, of course, his comedy lives on with the Mary Tyler Moore. We'll talk a little bit about him, but let's listen to this brief clip with the great Dean Martin. See if I can get it. There'll be some changes made is the title of this clip if you want to look for it on YouTube.
Excuse me, are you the head of the hospital? Yes, what can I do for you? I have a little complaint to make about your hospital. You see, I was here about a month ago to have my appendix taken out. You see, I was in a private, semi-private room, and the other patient in the room didn't want to be by the window. Well, we switched beds. Well, you see, we were both scheduled for a surgery the next morning. Well, to make a long story short, they gave me the operation they were supposed to give the other patient.
What sort of operation was that?
A sex change operation.
Gee, I don't know how a thing like that could happen. We're very careful how we treat our patients here. I mean, at this hospital, we aim to please.
It's not your aim I'm complaining about.
We've never had anything like this happen before. What's your name?
Green. Cynthia Green.
All in good
well,
fun.
You gotta admit we sure did a good job. Won't you please sit down? Oh, excuse me.
He gets the chair for him, you know, like you would for a woman. Dean Martin seats Ted Knight's character here.
Tell me, Miss Green.
Mrs. Green.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not half as sorry as my husband.
I can see where this would really affect your relationship.
Well, things just aren't the same between us. He never buys me flowers anymore. Never notices my perfume. Of course, it's hard to blame him. After all, he married me for my body. Now he can't even find it.
You poor dear. It's all right. But try and look on the bright side. This could open a lot of new doors for you.
Like what?
Well, the men's room.
That's tacky. Fortunately, the children are taking it very well. Except for the baby. I may have to put him on the bottle a little sooner than I intend.
Breastfeeding.
Well, I want you to know, Mrs. Green.
Call me Cynthia.
I want you to know, Cynthia, the hospital will do everything in its power to make amends. Now, just tell us, what do you want?
I want you to get the best doctors, the best nurses, and the best surgeons in the world and bring them all here at your expense. And have them make right the terrible wrong they've done to me.
You mean you want us to change you back into a woman?
Well, I don't know. What else you got?
Not really laugh out loud funny, but there are two legends, and I just had to play that little clip. Now, here is a very interesting clip. It's kind of gossipy, but listen to Rita Moreno. Rita Moreno, M-E, oh God, I am all messed up tonight. M-O-R-E-N, Moreno, from West Side Story and the Electric Company. Listen to her complaining about Ted Knight, but she has a change of heart. Let's listen. Come on, damn it. Here is Rita Moreno on Ted Knight. God dang it. Maybe it won't friggin' play. My machine. There we go.
But let's see, you did some other guest shots on other shows such as Love Boat.
Oh, yes, I had a real fight with Ted on the Ted Knight.
Oh, my.
Oh, he was so self-involved. And I just wasn't going to take it from this guy.
And he's known as the anchorman on the Maritime
He was,
North
yes,
Show.
and he was wonderful. And I was really looking forward to working with him, but I swear he was behaving like the anchorman on that particular show. And I told him so, and I told him so in front of everybody. And, he was so angry. We were in Japan. And I got very grown up on that occasion. I thought, you should have told him that in private. But he made me so mad on the set. He was driving everybody else crazy. But that's still no excuse. So I wrote him a very lovely and warm and apologetic note saying, what you did, I feel was still wrong, but there was no place to do it, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I hope you'll accept my apology. And I slipped the note under his hotel room door, and he was astonished the next day. He said, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you wrote that. I said, why? He said, well, I wouldn't do it. I said, yeah, well, that's part of your problem. But let's not get on that again. But that was fun. That was fun. My God, it took us to Japan. What's not to love? And Gavin is the darlingest man on earth.
Just passed away. Gavin McLeod. Captain Steubing.
Yes, Gavin McLeod, who just recently played a Monsignor on Oz and did it very well. Very serious part, not lighthearted like the Love Boat.
Miami Vice.
Yes, I remember Miami Vice. That was one of those crazy experiences where I understood where Don got his reputation, because he just wouldn't be there for rehearsals, and then when we were ready to shoot, he'd come on the set and restage the whole thing and make everybody crazy. And actually, she's
an addition, man, kind of like Jimmy Walker. But Rita Moreno, she's a award-winning talent. Now, one more thing about Ted Knight. This is very brief. This is when he won an Emmy in 1976 for Outstanding Supporting Actor for The Mary Tyler Moore Show. I want to play this. You can hear a little bit of what she's talking about. I don't agree or subscribe with what she said, but let's listen to this. And here's John Boy introducing and calling the winner here.
Ted Knight, the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Richard Thomas. 1976. That was a long time ago, of course. Editing chance, look into it. There he is, up on stage.
Guys, where is it?
Where's my award?
I didn't expect to win. Am I on the wrong side? I had a speech prepared last year.
He's in character, being pompous.
And you disappointed me again. I didn't expect to win this year. I really didn't.
Someone just handed him his Emmy Award.
Thank you very much.
It's in his hands.
I really only came tonight because I only get to see all of you at the unemployment office. I kind of miss you.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you to all the guys that made it possible. Ed Weinberger, Alan Burns, Jim Brooks, the men who created the words and made it possible for me to have fun with. And Mary and Grant and Gavin, who really should have a part of this too. Thank you all very much.
So he was referring to unemployment because the Mary Tyler Moore Show had just ended. And he was about 4 years away from starting Too Close for Comfort that we've talked about on this very nostalgic Podblast, including last week when I played a very cool cover by Darius of the theme, the main theme to Too Close for Comfort. So let me see if I can get this to go here. Got a little contest update for you all. I always encourage you and beg you to please join the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. And I talk about giveaways. Well, we're giving away every episode ever made of Lost in Space. And I've been doing this for some time. No one's guessed this correctly. And I have had some people send in incorrect episode titles. To get 83 episodes, including an unaired pilot of Lost in Space that didn't have Smith the Robot in it, you just have to answer this question. There was one episode of Lost in Space, and there's a scene. I'm giving a hint here. This is before Star Trek. They're talking about the hyperdrive, which is the speed of light mechanism in the Millennium Falcon in Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back and all the other movies. Rogue One, I think he was even in there too. The Force Awakens and on down the line. But there was a scene where they're talking about starships before Star Trek and the hyperdrive. Just tell me the episode title that featured that scene, and then you'll get every episode ever made. It's on DVD. It's kind of what my buddy calls dated technology, but I know a lot of you still play DVDs. So just answer that question. Just comment on this very video or future Nostalgic Podblast episodes, either on YouTube or in the Facebook group, with the correct episode title. I wanted to come up with a question that wasn't easily Googleable. You have to either know it or you don't, or you might have a friend that knows Lost in Space. And I'm also going to give you a bonus Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Season 3.2 sealed DVD as a bonus. But now it's time for the classic treat of the week. I'm going to play a commercial. This goes back to the 1970s, and I try to feature, typically it's junk food, because that's what we ate when we were kids, right? I'm a member of the Generation X crew. Let's listen to this classic commercial, and this will give you a hint as to what the nostalgic treat of the week is.
Today, the United States is engaged in a gigantic effort to send men to the moon. For this effort, Pillsbury has developed many special foods. Here is the first one to be made available to the public.
Late 1960s.
Space food sticks.
I said 70s.
To meet
Space
the demands
food.
Of a long space
Space
flight,
food
Space
sticks.
Food sticks had to be a compact, nutritious, high-energy food. That's why they make the perfect between-meal energy snack. Energy for hard play. Energy for hard work. Lasting energy to feel alive. If that sounds better than some of the things your family fills up on between meals, you should try Space Food Sticks for good nutrition and lasting energy in a chewy, tasty snack food. Chocolate, caramel, and peanut butter. About 44 calories. At your grocer's next to the instant breakfast section. Space Food Sticks, the energy snack from U.S. Aerospace Research and Pillsbury.
Remember, that was from the late 60s. I said 70s. So Here's some brief background on Space Food Sticks. It's a tongue twister there. They're, of course, snacks, as you heard, created for the Pillsbury Company. Poppin' fresh. Oh, boy. Created in the late 1960s by the company's chief food technologist. That's kind of like the character that Chevy Chase played in Vacation, right? I think he made food additives. Clark Griswold. Anyway, but this was a real dude. The chief food technologist, Howard Bauman. Bauman, like John Bauman, Bowser. Bauman was instrumental, no relation, I don't think, to John Bauman, Bowser, Sha-na-na, but Bauman was instrumental later in establishing the hazard analysis and critical control points, regulations used for food safety. Bauman and his team were instrumental in creating the first solid food consumed by a NASA astronaut, small food cubes eaten by Scott Carpenter on board the Aurora 7 in 1962. And John Glenn had consumed the fruit-flavored drink Tang in space 3 months earlier aboard the Friendship 7. Space food cubes were followed by other space-friendly foods created by Pillsbury's food engineers, such as non-crumbly cake, relish that could be served in slices, and meat that needed no refrigeration. In 1970, Pillsbury filed for a trademark for a, quote, non-frozen balanced energy snack in rod form, R-O-D, rod form, containing nutritionally balanced amounts of carbohydrate, fat, and protein, which they dubbed Space Food Sticks. No basis for use of the term nutritionally balanced was provided. A forerunner of energy bars. Remember the Carnation? I need to use that as a future snack of the week. Carnation breakfast bars. I used to love those, the chocolate chip kind. I'd have those with milk sometimes when I was in a hurry to get to school, but I digress. Anyway, as a forerunner to energy bars, Space Food Sticks were promoted by Pillsbury, as you heard in that ad, for their association with NASA's efforts to create safe, healthy, and nutritional space food. Capitalizing on the popularity of the Apollo space missions, Pillsbury marketed the Space Food Sticks as a nutritionally balanced between-meal snack. 14 individually packaged sticks were included in a box, and it came in 6 flavors, such as peanut butter. I brought these to school when I was in 3rd grade. Peanut butter, caramel, and chocolate. In 1972, astronauts on board Skylab 3 ate modified versions of Space Food Sticks to test their gastrointestinal compatibility. Space Food Sticks disappeared from North American supermarket shelves in the 1980s. They were revived by Retro Future Products of Port Washington, New York in 2006. 2 flavors, chocolate and peanut butter, were released at that time. They were sold at flight museums such as the Kennedy Space Center and the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, as well as online until production stopped in 2014. In Australia, Space Food Sticks were produced for many years in fewer flavor varieties than the American versions. They only made chocolate and caramel. They were marketed under the Nestle Stars brand, STRZ, like the cable network, cable channel Stars. Nestle Stars brand to modern-day Australian children as energy food. Again, production stopped in 2014, apart from a very brief reappearance in 2019 to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the moon landing. 50th, good Lord, 1969 to 2019. I am messing up tonight. To commemorate the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. Item. It's time for the nostalgic toy of the week as we wind down this week's nostalgic pod blast. Got another classic commercial to play for you. And this is something that really has a lot of applications, this toy. I wouldn't recommend eating it, but let's listen to this classic commercial.
What molds into silly animals and silly shapes?
Silly putty.
What bounces like a ball?
Silly putty.
What stretches and stretches?
Silly putty.
What picks up pictures from a newspaper and makes them silly? And if you stretch it, even sillier.
Silly putty.
Are you sure Silly Putty can do all those things?
Yes, silly putty is fun.
Silly Putty comes in a shell shaped like an egg. Nothing else is Silly Putty.
That ad was from 1975. And as you heard, Silly Putty is a toy based on silicone that has very unusual physical properties. It bounces, but it breaks when given a sharp blow, and it can also flow like a liquid. It contains a liquid silicone, and what makes it act as a viscous liquid over a long period of time as an elastic solid over a short period of time. It was originally created during research into a potential rubber substitute for use by the United States in World War II. The name Silly Putty is a trademark of Crayola LLC, the crayon maker. Other names are used to market similar substances from other manufacturers. During World War II, Japan invaded rubber-producing countries as it expanded its sphere of influence in the Pacific Rim. Rubber was vital for the production of rafts, tires, vehicle and aircraft parts, gas masks, and boots. In the U.S., all rubber products were rationed, like meat and other items. Citizens were encouraged to take their rubber products Citizens were encouraged to make their rubber products last until the end of the war and to donate spare tires, boots, and coats. Meanwhile, the government funded research into synthetic rubber compounds to attempt to solve this shortage. Credit for the invention of Silly Putty is disputed and has been attributed variously to Earl Warwick of the then newly formed Dow Corning Company, Harvey Chin, and James Wright, a Scottish-born inventor working for General Electric in New Haven, Connecticut, also claimed that they invented Silly Putty. Throughout his life, Warwick insisted that he and his colleague, Rob Roy McGregor, created the patent for Silly Putty before Wright did. But Crayola's history of Silly Putty states that Wright first invented it in 1943. Both researchers independently discovered that reacting boric acid with silicone oil would produce a gooey, bouncy material with several unique properties. The non-toxic putty would bounce when dropped, could stretch farther than regular rubber, and would not go moldy, and had a very high melting temperature. However, the substance did not have all the properties needed to replace rubber. In 1949, toy store owner Ruth Falgatter came across the putty. She contacted marketing consultant Peter C.L. Hodgson, who lived from 1912 to 1976, and the two decided to market the bouncing putty by selling it in a clear case. Although it sold well, Falgatter did not pursue it further. However, Hodgson saw its potential. Already $12,000 in debt, Hodgson borrowed $147 to buy a patch of the putty to pack 1 ounce, 28 grams portions into plastic eggs for $1, calling it Silly Putty. Initially, sales were poor, but after a New Yorker article mentioned it, they sold over 250,000 eggs of Silly Putty in 3 days. However, Hodgson was almost put out of business in 1951 by the Korean War. Silicone, the main ingredient in Silly Putty, was put on ration, harming his business. A year later, the restriction on silicone was lifted and the production of Silly Putty resumed. Initially, it was primarily targeted towards adults. However, by 1955, the majority of its customers were aged 6 to 12 years old. In 1957, Hodgson produced the first televised commercial for Silly Putty, which aired during the Howdy Doody show. What time is it? It's Howdy Doody time. It's Howdy Doody time. The Howdy Doody show. In 1961, Silly Putty went worldwide, becoming a hit in the Soviet Union and in Europe. In 1968, Silly Putty was taken into lunar orbit by the Apollo 8 astronauts. See, we come full circle on the Nostalgic Pod Blast quite often. Peter Hodgson died in 1976, as I mentioned previously. A year later, Benny and Smith, the makers of Crayola products, acquired the rights to Silly Putty. As of 2005, annual Silly Putty sales exceeded 6 million eggs. In addition to its success as a toy, the other uses for the putty have been found. In the home, it can be used to this is cool. This is the practical application of Silly Putty. In the home, it can be used to remove substances such as dirt, lint, hair, or ink from various surfaces. I could use that in comic books. I collect comic books, as many of you know. If you're watching in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group or the YouTube channel, you'll notice comic book boxes of Marvel Comics in alphabetical order behind me. And there is a process where you can clean dirt, but it might take some of the ink with it. So I don't think it would be advised. And I probably would have heard about it by now if Silly Putty could be used to clean dirt from comic books. Anyway, I digress. Silly Putty's unique properties have found niche use in medical and scientific applications. Occupational therapists use it for rehabilitative therapy of hand injuries. I didn't know that. I did not know that. A number of other brands, such as Power Putty and TheraPutty, after the material's properties, offering different levels of resistance, have been made. The material is also used as a tool to help reduce stress and exists in various viscosities based on the user's preference. Because of its adhesive characteristics, it was used by Apollo astronauts to secure their tools in zero gravity. Scale model building hobbyists use the putty as a masking medium when spray painting model assemblies. Wrapping up here, this tale about Silly Putty. The Steward Observatory uses Silly Putty backed lap to grind astronomical telescope mirrors. Researchers from Trinity College, Dublin School of Physics, Center for Research on Adaptive Nanostructures and Nanodevices, otherwise known as CRANN, C-R-A-N-N, and Advanced Materials and Bioengineering Research, AMBER, research centers have discovered nanocomposite mixtures of graphene and Silly Putty behave as sensitive pressure sensors. This is like a science lesson. Good Lord. Where's Mr. Wizard? Claiming that the ability to measure the footsteps of a spider crawling on it. Silly Putty was inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame on Monday, May 28th, 2001. And now, finally, as we wrap up this week's show, shall we play a game? Shall we play a game? The Robot from War Games. Great underrated movie with Matthew Broderick and Ali Sheedy from 1982. It's time for taglines. Tagline time. This week, we're going to dig into movie taglines. I've got 10 for you, and I'm going to play some scenes from these movies. This is fun. So I name the tagline, and you try to guess what the movie is. And these are some from all throughout movie history. I think the newest one, well, I don't want to give it away. We'll just start. And also, I want to say, if you're watching, you'll see like an Atari game behind me. I have Frogger on today, and I have all sorts of games for my Atari 5200. It still works, as you can see. And I have an adapter for the old 2600 games. See, I only feature a few. You'll see me with Frogger or Pole Position or Centipede. And the reason I only feature those three games in rotation is because they stay on. Like some games like Missile Command, I have to constantly be distracted and try to restart it so it looks interesting in the background. At least I try to make it look interesting. If you're listening on fistfulradio.com, you're like, shut up, get on with the game. I'm listening to you. I'm not watching you, you fool. So I will. Time to continue with taglines. So all these 10 movies made money. These were all successful movies. Let's start with number 1 of 10. Here's the tagline. Tagline. From the moment they met, it was murder. Give you a second to think about it. From the moment they met, it was murder. That was from Double Indemnity, released Monday, July 3rd, 1944. How strange is that? On Monday, they had movies being released. Of course, nowadays, it's Wednesday or Friday, sometimes on Thursday, if you have early releases of blockbuster movies like the Marvel movies, for instance. But Double Indemnity, with the great Fred McMurray, cost $800,000 to make, but it made over $5 million for Paramount Pictures. I'm going to play a clip of the original trailer or movie preview for Double Indemnity. And of course, that star, it had Barbara Stanwyck in it and Fred McMurray. Fred McMurray went on, he was a big movie star, and he went on to star on the small screen on My Three Sons for many years. And we talked about him when we talked about Walt Disney's birthday earlier in the show. So let me play this clip. This is cool. This is pretty good audio, I think, but it's murder, it says on the screen.
I killed Dietrichson. Me, Walter Neff, insurance agent, 35 years old, unmarried, no visible scars. Until a while ago, that is. Yeah, I killed him.
Yeah, I killed him.
I killed him for money and for a woman. It all began last May. I was thinking about that dame upstairs and the way she had looked at me. And I wanted to see her again, close, without that silly staircase between us. How could I have known that murder can sometimes smell like honeysuckle?
can't stand it anymore. What if they do hang me?
They're not going to hang you, baby.
It's better than going on this way.
They're not going to hang you. Because you're going to do it, and I'm going to help you.
Yes, from the moment they met, it was murder. Always behind them with his devilish hunches and his brilliant brain was Keyes.
The murder's never perfect. Always comes apart sooner or later. And where two people are concerned, it's usually sooner.
Edward G. Robinson. They get away from him and his relentless pursuit. And could they get away with murder?
You don't know Keyes. Once he gets his teeth into something, he never lets go. He'll investigate you. He'll have you shadowed. He'll watch you every minute from now on. You afraid, baby?
Yes, I'm afraid. But not of Keyes. I'm afraid of us.
I'd like to move in on her right now, tonight. If it wasn't for Norton and his striped pants ideas about company policy, I'd have the cops after her so quick it'd make a head spin. Now, we know the Dietrichson dame is in it, and somebody else.
Only you haven't got a single thing to go on, Keyes.
He'll show. He's got to show. Sometime, somewhere, they've got to meet.
What a cast. Shocking, suspense-filled masterpiece of love and murder. Double Indemnity. Directed by Billy Wilder. Classic movie. Now, number 2. Here's the tagline. Ready for this? The bride gets the thrills, the father gets the bills. And this has been remade. We're talking about the original movie. And it has an awesome cast. Again, the bride gets the thrills, the father gets the bills. That would be Father of the Bride, the original, released nationally on Friday, June 16, 1950, starring Spencer Tracy and Elizabeth Taylor. It cost $1.2 million to produce, and it made $6,084,000 for MGM. Let's listen to a couple scenes from the trailer. Ladies and gentlemen, we should like to present to you the bride, the mother of the bride, and last and least, the father of the bride.
I always used to think that marriages were simple affairs. Boy meets girl, fall in love, they get married, have babies. Eventually the babies grow up and meet other babies. They fall in love, get married, and have babies, so on and on.
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer happily presents Spencer Tracy, Joan Bennett, Elizabeth Taylor, in the screen version of the celebrated bestseller, Father of the Bride.
Oh, Stanley, I don't know how to explain, but a wedding, a church wedding, well, it's what every girl dreams of. A bridal dress, the orange blossoms, the music. It's something lovely to remember all the rest of her life. And something for us to remember, too.
It's my wedding and my
Ellie,
friends.
I don't understand. What did you mean by that?
Look, no one has to do anything. When the time comes, I'll do everything. I mean everything.
I wouldn't go to a wedding. Now, none of you begging. Ellie, now look
Now,
here. Look here.
I don't care if you do.
Ooh, I thought I heard a F-U there.
On a church wedding, you can count me out. I wash my hands of the whole affair.
Spencer Tracy, Joan Bennett, Elizabeth Taylor, Father of the Bride, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. You are cordially invited. Father of the Bride, of course, remade with the great Steve Martin years later. Now, let's continue on to our third tagline of 10 of movie taglines. Here's the tagline for number 3. A man went looking for America, and he couldn't find it anywhere. You give? Again, a man went looking for America, and he couldn't find it anywhere. That's Easy Rider. Classic movie, Easy Rider. Released in New York City on Monday, July 14th, 1969.
This year, the judges of the Cannes Film Festival presented the award Best Film by a New Director to Easy Rider.
Cost $400,000 to make.
It's the story of a man who went looking for America and couldn't find it anywhere.
There you
Easy
go.
Rider stars Peter Fonda.
It's not every man that can live off the land, you know. You do your own thing in your own time. You should be proud.
He's dead.
Also starring Dennis Hopper, the award-winning director of Easy Rider.
Yeah, look, I gotta
Loved him in Waterworld.
We
Waterworld.
got things we want to do, man. Like,
The villain. Sorry.
I gotta get out of here, man.
Co-starring Jack Nicholson.
Yep.
They got this here, see, scissor
Over
happy,
a dog.
beautify America thing going on around here. They're trying to make everybody look like you.
As good as it gets. Remember that? Sorry. Jack Nicholson loved that movie. So it cost $400,000 to make, as I said, and it earned $60 million. What a tremendous success at the box office.
I don't understand what's going on with it.
Everybody got chicken, man. That's what happened.
Yeah, man.
Hey, you got a rub? Hey, mister, can you tell?
What an ending that movie had.
I never really thought of myself as a freak, you know?
Counterculture classic.
No, man. This is grass.
Yo, man.
You mean marijuana?
Pretty good shit,
like a bunch of refugees from a guerrilla love-in.
Oh, I just can't believe. What are they doing here?
I don't never know, but I don't think they'll make the parish line. Hey, Lord, look at them green. Hold on, Simon. We'll scare the hell out of them.
They're not scared of you.
They scared of what you represent to them.
Hey, man. All we represent to them, man, is somebody who needs a haircut.
Oh, no. What you represent to them is freedom.
What the hell's wrong with freedom, man? That's what it's all about.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I love that song. Never wanna die. Born to be wild. I gotta talk over it.
Was to be free, and that's the way it turned out to be. Flow, river, flow.
I want to apologize for all my mistakes I've made tonight. And if you see me staring off in the background like a simpleton at my Atari unit, sorry about that too. What can I say? You know, I'm not a broadcast professional, okay? I'm an amateur. I admit it. Continuing with our list of taglines for movies. Number 4. Here's the tagline. The happiest sound in the world. You could guess that one. Sorry about that hum, too. I'm trying to fix this audio glitch. There we go. The happiest sound in the world. I'm going to play some scenes from this movie. And unfortunately, Disney owns this now as well. It's a 20th Century Fox release. What do you think it would be? The happiest sound in the world. That would be The Sound of Music. Released Tuesday, March 2nd, 1965 in New York City.
There is a family near Salzburg that needs a governess until September. To take care of 7 children.
7 children?
Julie Andrews.
Do you like children, Maria?
Yes, but I'm 7.
I will
Christopher
tell
Plummer.
Captain Van Trapp.
God rest his soul.
Expect you tomorrow.
Captain?
A retired officer of the Imperial Navy, a fine man.
You see it every year
Tell me, do you
on
think
ABC
Captain would get the
TV,
same material if I asked him?
owned by Disney.
How many dresses does a governess need?
And I don't mean to be down on this when I say it's owned by Disney, but it's shocking to me. I keep discovering things that Disney now owns. They own The Sound of Music.
Yes. And I'm their father.
As I said, it cost $8.2 million to produce, and it took in over $286 million. Tremendous success. Angela Cartwright, future Penny Robinson, is in the cast, as well as Julie Andrews, whom I just mentioned, and future TV Spider-Man from 1978, Nicholas Hammond. He was one of the Von Trapp children. And Kim Karath, the youngest Von Trapp child. That was the actress who played the youngest Von Trapp. She did a Lost in Space, but ironically didn't do any scenes with Angela Cartwright. The Lost Civilization, Season 1 of Lost in Space in black and white.
Is it true Fräulein Maria isn't coming back?
I can't face him again. There's
There's nothing more irresistible to a man than a woman who's in love with him. In love with him, of course. But what makes it so nice is he thinks he's in love with you.
We'll cut the clip because I don't want to get in trouble with them bots. The robots are always looking for clips. The Sound of Music. What a classic. Now, number 5, halfway through our list of movie taglines, here's the tagline. They're young. They're in love. And they kill people. Think on that while I pull up the clip. What a great, awesome cast in this movie. Bonnie and Clyde. Released by Warner Brothers. Of course, it starred Faye Dunaway. Bring me the axe! Future mommy dearest, Joan Crawford. Gene Hackman, Michael J. Pollard was in the cast. Of course, Warren Beatty. Michael J. Pollard was an interesting character actor. And did you know Michael J. Pollard, he was married to the actress who played Vera in the sitcom Alice, Beth Howland, for a long time. And Michael J. Pollard, he had a hell of a year in 1966. That's when Bonnie and Clyde was filmed, and he also guest starred in a Star Trek episode that same season, filmed in the summer of 1966, titled Miri, about eternal children. When they hit puberty, they die. They turn blue and die. And he was in a Lost in Space episode titled The Magic Mirror, which is kind of a romantic script for Penny Robinson, played by Angela Cartwright. And it was a black and white episode where he was a boy trapped in a dimension of mirrors. Tried to lure her, Angela Cartwright, Penny Robinson, into his sick world. I'm just kidding. And Michael J. Pollard did a Fall Guy in season 4 of that show titled Dead Bounty many years later. Very interesting episode with a Bond villain, future Bond villain from License to Kill, Robert Davey. Davey. And also, the future Uncle Jesse was in the cast of Bonnie and Clyde. Now, I'm not talking about the Uncle Jesse in Full House. No, I'm talking about the Dukes of Hazzard, Uncle Jesse, and, of course, Grizzly Adams before the Dukes of Hazzard. He kills him. He shoots him down. He's the lawman. Denver Powell plays the lawman that mows down Bonnie and Clyde. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Faye Dunaway never looked hotter in her whole life than in this movie.
Now, you know, we are just about friendliest folks you would ever want to meet.
Hey, Buck. Yeah. Get the Kodak. Doggies! Hold it.
That's Bonnie, Faye Dunaway. That's Clyde, Warren Beatty.
Left up ahead, cut left.
Based on a true story, Bonnie and Clyde. So, as I said, it was filmed in 66. It was released, this is weird, on Sunday, August 13th, 1967. It cost $2.5 million to make, and it earned $70 million, a tremendous success. Bonnie and Clyde, that's number 5. And the tagline, again, was they're young, they're in love, and they kill people. Number 6 on our list. Here's the tagline from the brother of the director of Ghost. Play a clip. We've talked about the first movie in this series earlier tonight in the Nostalgic Podblast. This is actually the third movie and final one in the entry of these movies. Again, the tagline is from the brother and director of Ghost. What do you think that could be? Well, let's listen.
When law-abiding citizens are forced to live in fear, we look for protection to one man. Lieutenant Frank Drebin is back.
Yeah,
This
Leslie
time,
Nielsen.
He's going undercover in the big house.
Where's your prison number?
It's unlisted. And playing the deadliest game of all.
Left hand blue, go get your head out of my pocket.
But Police Squad desperately needs him back because a mad bomber is about to blow up Hollywood's biggest bash. And if anyone can stop him, so can Frank.
Hold on.
Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant Police Squad.
Yeah, and I'm Robert De Niro.
Mr. De Niro, we've got to get inside.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present the...
We're here to prevent a disaster.
You're too late for that.
There's the guy!
Starring Leslie Nielsen as Lieutenant Frank Drebin. Priscilla Presley as Jane. Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya.
Oh, yeah.
Fred
She's gone.
Ward as Rocco.
Sadly.
Please, and nobody gets hurt.
Like my body.
Well, from now on.
Anna Nicole.
As Tanya. George Kennedy as Ed. O.J. Simpson as Nordberg. And introducing Anna Nicole Smith as Tanya.
Voluptuous.
Have you seen my pigeon?
Naked Gun 33 1/3. The Final Insult. The movie that hits crime where it hurts. This picture contains mostly all new jokes. May play slightly funnier east of the Rockies.
Love those movies. Very, very good stuff. Number 7 on our list of movie taglines. Here's the tagline. Work sucks. Work sucks. This movie. Pains me to say it. I don't know why it bothers me. It really doesn't. It shouldn't. Disney now owns this. It was a 20th Century Fox release. Tagline, Work Sucks. That's Office Space, written and directed by the great Mike Judge from Beavis and Butthead and my favorite, King of the Hill. And it starred Ron Livingston, Jennifer Aniston, Gary Cole, among others, Stephen Root, David Herman, and many others. It was released originally on Friday, February 19th, 1999 by 20th Century Fox, now Disney. Cost $10 million to make. It made over $12 million at the box office, but it was discovered by the movie rental market and pay cable. And now it's a classic. It was a sleeper hit. And what I like about Office Space, I'll play a clip in a minute, is it has a Superman 3 reference. Richard Pryor's character, talked about him earlier, Gus. August Gorman in Superman 3 concocted a scheme. He was a computer genius where he took half a cent from every employee's paycheck at the company he worked for, who was owned by Ross the Boss, as Gus called him, Webster, played by former TV Man from U.N.C.L.E. star Robert Vaughn. But I totally digress from Office Space, who had the tagline, Work Sucks. Let's listen to some scenes from Office Space in the preview trailer, the theatrical trailer. Here it is. Shows a bunch of cars and traffic. Ron Livingston.
From Mike Judge, creator of Beavis and Butthead and co-creator of King of the Hill,
I said
comes
that.
a movie about people who go to work. Who are part of a team.
And remember, next Friday is Hawaiian Shirt Day.
Okay, but I could fit the building untired.
Who respect their boss.
We need to talk about your flair.
Well, I have 15 pieces on.
15 is the minimum. Brian, for example, has 37 pieces of flair on today. And a terrific smile.
And need to escape.
I don't like my job, and I don't think I'm gonna go anymore.
One of these days, I just kick this piece of... I'm thinking now it might be more fun to just get fired. And I've always wondered what that would take.
Oh, Peter, listen.
Well, it looks like you've been missing quite a bit of work lately.
Well, I wouldn't say I've been missing it, Bob.
That's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him. We're going to be getting rid of these people here. Mr. Samir, okay. Not going to work here anymore anyway.
You haven't been showing up and you get to keep your job. Actually, I'm being promoted.
Thank you, Bob.
This is a suck. They're gonna throw you out on the street so that Bill Lumberg's stock will go up. Ooh, it's completely unfair. Initech deserves to go down. We're just the guys to do it. Tell me about that virus you're always talking about. One that could rip off the company for a bunch of money. I'm not going to do anything illegal, Peter. Illegal? Samir, this is America. The worst they're gonna do is they put you in a white-collar minimum security resort for a couple of months. You know they have conjugal visits there?
I might be showing them my O face.
Oh. They let you have sex with women? They sure do. Okay, I'll do it.
Office Space.
I know you've been getting pretty depressed about your job and everything.
Cubicles everywhere.
I just wanted to tell you, good things can happen in this world. I mean, look at me.
Ron Livingston, I worked with him again as an extra in a Disney movie. Disney. The Odd Life of Timothy Green. Anyway, if there was no Office Space, would there be The Office on NBC, the hit, one of the biggest, most streamed shows next to Friends? Wow. I don't know. I don't think so. But since they did mention that scheme in Superman 3, I love that scene in Office Space. I'm going to play a little bit of the trailer of Superman 3 for the heck of it. Because I can. Well, I really can't. I'm hoping I can. If a bot doesn't shut me down. I don't know why. You know what? I want to speak to that because we're giving free plugs to movies that can be streamed or purchased. Why would companies object to a trailer or even a sample of a song, like a few seconds of a song being played? I don't get it. Here's the trailer of Superman 3, 1983.
When it's time for adventure.
Same announcer.
It's time for Superman. Alexander Salkind presents Christopher Reeve and Richard Pryor in Superman 3.
Richard Pryor.
This time, Richard Pryor has come to Metropolis.
The mighty have fallen with this series, but I love Richard Pryor.
To sell. He's the best con man.
He's funny as hell in that movie.
And the world's greatest computer genius.
Let me tell you something.
I can't scheme!
But then he falls for a scheme to turn the ultimate computer into the ultimate weapon.
There it is.
Well, what would it do for me?
It will do anything you tell me to tell it to do.
A machine so powerful.
That shit's going on in reality.
It's Daddy!
Right
it can
now.
Control the Earth.
They're playing like the epic John Williams music from the first Superman the movie.
The weather.
Know something? You're a genius.
And reprogram Superman.
The movie was far from epic.
Well, I hope you don't expect me to save you, because I don't do that anymore.
I want to add one thing real quick as I stop the trailer for a moment. Superman 3 did have some cool moments, like the evil Superman, when the character played by Richard Pryor, he can't find the unknown ingredient to synthetically make kryptonite, so he uses cigarette tar, and what it does, it makes Superman turn evil. And I thought those scenes were pretty damn cool. And there's a scene where he confronts himself. The good Clark Kent confronts the evil Superman in the junkyard. And how about Vera? That was Ross Webster's character's sister. She turned into a robot. That was a really scary, creepy, memorable scene. But let's continue listening to some of the scenes from this bad Superman movie.
He didn't die.
When this was out in theaters, I said earlier War Games came out in 82. I think it was 83, because I remember with my cousins in the Boston area, we were going to go to the movies, and they were a little bit older than me, and I said, let's see Superman 3, and they're like, oh, man, no, that movie sucks, and they wanted to see War Games, and we did. So anyway, I digress. Continuing on with Superman 3.
I asked you to kill Superman, and you're telling me you couldn't even do that one simple thing.
Ah.
All right, Webster, the game's over.
But only the man who pulled the switch on Superman.
Oh, see, I'm not with them.
Could have fooled me, mister.
Could have fooled me, mister.
Can pull the plug on Super Machine.
You're going to go down in history as the man who killed Superman.
No.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Superman 3.
Watch the trees.
Man.
This time is going to be the best time of all.
Bullshit. No, it wasn't the best time at all. No. Tagline number 8 out of 10. Movie tagline. Here it is. He may be dead, but he's the life of the party. Think about it. Give you a moment while I pull the trailer up. He may be dead, but he's the life of the party. Disney owns this one too, a 20th Century Fox release.
Don't you see?
Weekend at Bernie's.
$2 million error. We're going to be heroes. We're going up the corporate ladder. It appears as if somebody's trying to defraud the company.
Somebody tried to smoke it past the wrong guy.
Very, very good work. How would you two like to come to my house at the beach?
Love to!
I like that actor, Terry Kaiser. He played the corpse. He was in a lot of Fall Guy episodes. I always talk about Fall Guy, which Disney now owns. He was in the pilot. He was in, like, excuse me, the second season 1 episode that was shot. Anyway, he was in like 6 Fall Guy episodes. Lee Majors and him are friends. He was like the best man at Lee Majors' wedding to his current wife, Faith Majors. Terry Kaiser, great actor, and he played the corpse. So let's listen to more Weekend at Bernie's.
For Larry and Richard,
excuse me,
this is a place to die for.
You have to kill them, Vito.
Excuse me.
A little rusty, but it'll come back to me.
What, should we just walk in?
But what they don't realize
No, we'll stand out here on weekend. Come on, we're house guests.
is while they're checking in,
Forget the accident with the 2 guys. Take care of Lomax.
Bernie Lomax will be checking out.
Oh my God! What kind of a host invites you to his house for the weekend and dies on you?
I don't know.
Lomax told whoever he's talking to not to kill us if he's around, right?
Yeah, but Lomax is dead. He's not around anybody anymore.
I know that. You know that. Nobody else knows that. Huh?
Oh!
Where's Bernie? It looks good enough. Let's go.
Uh-oh. Larry, what?
Huh?
Really?
Kind of visual. They're just dragging the corpse around. Sight gags, right?
You are insatiable.
Doesn't anyone realize he's dead?
Hold the boat.
Got him? Hold the boat!
Vito, I'm telling
Spawned
you,
sequels because it was a success at the box office.
Rustier than we thought.
Ooh, Bernie, you're starting to peel. I'll get you out of the sun, huh?
Is that the killer?
How do I know, Richard? Should I stop and ask him?
No, just drive.
Excuse me.
Serpentine! Do you hear something? What is that? It's just Bernie!
Weekend at Bernie's.
Are we doing it again today?
Oh, absolutely. You know we are.
Great. We'll see you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, ladies. We'll see you later.
Using a string to make him wave the body. But Weekend at Bernie's, let's see, it cost $15 million and it made $30 million, so it doubled its money. And it was released Wednesday, July 5th, 1989 by 20th Century Fox, now Disney. Number 9 on our list of 10 movie taglines. Here's the tagline. If at first you don't succeed, lower your standards. What do you think that is? Now, this trailer, it starts visually with Bo Derek. That's a hint. This is from 1995. Tommy Boy. A great salesperson movie. Chris Farley, David Spade.
Shnikes. Is that for me?
Just love it. What a great comedy duo they were.
You know, a lot of people go to college for 7 years.
I know. They're called doctors.
There's always has been, always will be, a family firm. Oh, son of a... Someday my son will run it.
Luke, I am your father.
Aw, I've interrupted happy time.
That's my name. Yeah, that's your new office now. Whoa.
Do we really want to put the future of the company in Tommy's hands?
Promise me you'll look after Tommy Boy here till he gets his feet wet.
Sure, and thanks for choosing me. Hey, Tommy, this is not a vacation for me. I'm out here against my will, so the least you can do is pretend to work. Oh, I can actually hear you getting fatter. All right, it's sale time, so remember, we don't take no for an answer.
No. Okie dokie. I'm gonna pass. Gotcha, thanks. Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Okay, let's check you out. All right.
It's a clip, Bob.
Hi, are you sure? He's a big dumb animal, isn't he, folks?
No, son of a... What'd you do?
All right. Kind of visual trailer.
On the fall.
Did you eat a lot of paint chips when you were a kid?
Why?
Yeah, that was great. That's just a classic movie, and that was for Paramount Pictures. Disney doesn't own that yet. Released March 31st, 1995, which was a Friday. And it cost $20 million to make, and it made over $32 million at the box office. Just, I love that comedy team, Chris Farley and David Spade. Chaplin, more like Craplin. Remember on Saturday Night Live, David Spade did that Hollywood Minute? I love that bit. That was a long time ago in the early 1990s to the mid, I guess almost the mid 1990s. And he did Joe Dirt solo movie. Oh, man, he's funny. He's funny. Now we're up to the final tagline, number 10 of the movie Taglines. And then we're going to feature one funny man as we wrap up the show. But here's the final tagline. Tagline, on the air and unaware. On the air and unaware. It's a 1998 release.
Comments are still headed.
The Truman Show.
Yeah, let's see what else is. Coming to you now from the largest studio ever constructed, it's The Truman Show!
Weird movie.
Good morning!
Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
What if? No scripts, no cue cards.
Morning, Spencer. How's it going?
What if you were watched every moment of your life?
How many cameras you got there in that town?
5,000.
I believe Truman is the first child to have been legally adopted by a corporation.
That's correct.
Brilliant.
What if everyone you knew was pretending?
Hi, honey. Look what I got at the checkout. Dishwasher safe.
That's amazing.
What if your world was make-believe?
Cue the sun. While the world he inhabits is counterfeit.
I'm not allowed to talk to you.
That's how I look. Not your type.
There's nothing fake about Truman himself.
What if you didn't know it? Until now.
A lot of strange things have been happening.
Stand by ring cam.
Is he looking at us?
Does he think he knows?
I think I'm mixed up in something. Something big.
We accept the reality with which we're presented.
Everybody's pretending, Truman. Get out of here. Come and find me. Truman? Truman!
Anything happen?
No.
You may find yourself in another part of the world. Feels like the whole world revolves around me. Everybody seems to be in on it.
I'm going away for a while.
You may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. You may ask yourself, how
I forgot about this song.
Because the last thing that I would ever do is lie to you.
Fade up music. That's our hero shot.
he's gone.
Okay? Yes!
Want to do it again? No!
Find him. Truman, where are you going?
You can do it.
How do we stop him?
Give me some light.
Is that the best you can do?
Cut transmission!
I like your
Weird movie, man.
Myself.
Jim Carrey. The Truman Show. Watch what happens.
Andy Kaufman. That was Man in the Moon I'm thinking of. I'm all mixed up. That was Man in the Moon, Jim Carrey movie. Anyway, On the Air and Unaware. That was a Truman Show. Released June 5th, 1998 by Paramount Pictures. It cost $60 million, but check this out. It made $264 million. Wow. Well over $200 million in profit. That's just insane. So that does it for Taglines for this week on the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. I want to thank everyone for hanging. We got a comedian now for comedy talk. Finally, I'd like to feature one funny person at the end of the show. And we talked about Albert Brooks last time, and we kicked off Hanukkah. And now we're going to talk about his brother, who sadly passed away. And we're talking about his on-screen persona. Funny as shit. Super Dave Osborne. Mr. Einstein. I want to play a clip of Super Dave Osborne with the great Johnny Carson as we wind down the show. Here he is. I love this character from Showtime. Bizarre. And then he had his own show. We'll talk about that.
My next guest is truly what? First guest. What did I say? Next guest. And you corrected me in front of millions of people, didn't you? De Cordova dump.
And this clip, by the way, is courtesy of the Johnny Carson YouTube channel. They have 603,000 subscribers. And counting.
Christmas bonus. Getting close to the holidays. My first guest is truly amazing. He not only is starting his third year of his own smash show on cable TV, he is probably, and I can say this, I think, without, what's the word I want?
Reservation.
Without reservation. The greatest daredevil superstar entertainer of our day, and it's a pleasure to know him. Would you welcome Super Dave Osborne?
Yeah!
What?
I love that costume he would wear.
Thank you.
You're the only guest I ever have here who brings a gift.
Baseball cap, SD,
well, Jimmy,
Super Dave.
enjoy it.
No, Johnny.
Or a crash helmet.
That's
this may be the last time. As I was coming out here, one of your stage hands said, "There goes Mr. Kiss 'em Up," trying to give the star a gift.
Well,
so maybe this will be a best of Carson. And I just wish people would take a person at face value and not think that everyone has an ulterior motive to try to get somewhere.
You're probably right. Look
at this.
Very sweet.
There's money in it.
You got the wrong one.
Thank you, Dave. It's really good to see you again. Now let's talk about this. You have a training program going on. Aren't you representing? Is it Evander Holyfield?
Evander Holyfield, yes.
The boxer?
He's come to my compound and he's.
Oh, you have a boxing compound?
Well, it's an area on the compound.
Right.
Yes. And he's working. He asked if I would help him prepare for Mike Tyson. He's the #1 challenger. He's a sensational guy, and I'm putting him through a special computer program where, say he's working on the light bag.
Yeah.
When he hits the light bag, I will punch a computer, and a name will come up, and it will explain to him how he compares with the greats. Do you follow me? In other words,
I'm
his
not sure I
speed and
do.
dexterity, I punch it up, it says he's like Muhammad Ali or something like that. So it's a great program, and he's enjoying it, and Fuji Hakihito, my assistant, came up with it, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah. Well, I understand we managed to get the tape from your staff that shows this
I don't want to show any tapes tonight, okay? Let's just talk about the program, because there was a mishap.
Well, I think.
And we're redoing it, and...
Dave, wait a second. When you come here and you talk about representing a boxer of the stature of Holyfield, getting ready for Tyson, and you say you have a tape computerized, that's something kind of new, and I think you kind of owe it to the audience.
I don't think they want to see it.
I respectfully disagree and think we ought to look at the tape. So, Bob, you want to roll this tape? We'll get a look at how this is going.
You're progressing, although you're having a good time. I want you to get the anger back. This is Tyson. This is the big one. Think of some reason to get angry at him, okay?
I could make him angry.
You know, he's going to get his head knocked off. He goes, "Oh, you putz. How do you feel, Super Dave?" "Oh, shut up, you effing putz." Anyway, this is kind of a visual clip. I'll play another one in a minute, but his real name, the actor who played Super Dave, what a great character. He was born Stuart Robert Einstein on November 20th, 1942 in Los Angeles, California. And sadly, he passed away at age 76 on January 2nd, 2019. Funny character. Loved Super Dave Osborne. Who didn't? I mean, that was some funny stuff. I'm going to play another clip of Super Dave with Johnny Carson. This will be less visual. 1989. Going back in time.
Okay, we are back. I could tell. Well, I could sense, I could sense the excitement in the studio tonight when they heard that Super Dave Osborne here tonight. He's the star of his own smash hit series on the Showtime cable network.
Yeah.
He has a movie deal with Columbia Studios, and he's written a book. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to introduce the world's greatest daredevil entertainer of our day, Super Dave Osborne.
Very nice.
Gifts for us?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, that's very nice. They look good looking. Are these expensive?
Well, they're about $20 to the general public, but to a brilliant entertainer like yourself, it's my gift for you.
Well, hey, isn't that nice?
I'm into $20.
Oh, 20 bucks.
I watch you all the time on your own show. I want to congratulate you.
Thank you very much.
Great success, but I understand. I didn't know this was in your line of expertise. You've taken on some kind of new cause, anti-political jokes of some kind.
Well, I have.
Hope it's not against me, because I do a lot of that.
No, what I've done.
Quail jokes, I do, Is that?
Yeah. What I've done. What I've done, Jimmy, is I've taken during the campaign.
Johnny.
Jimmy.
During the campaign, there were a lot of jokes pointed at Dan and Marilyn Quayle. And that was during the campaign. Well, after the campaign, they've continued. Now he's vice president. I can't do anything about the jokes that are told over the air. The audience responds or they don't. What bothers me is there are jokes in magazines. And it's chicken to me to write a joke in a magazine that isn't funny and hide behind it. So every time I see a joke on the Quails in a magazine, I'm going to take it out and I'm going to show it to a sensitive audience like you have. And when they don't laugh, maybe the people that write these jokes will print an apology.
I see. You have a name for this organization?
Yes, I do.
Is that the bumper sticker?
Absolutely.
Can I just hold it up?
It says save the Quails. Instead of save the whales, save the Quails.
Very nice. Well, give me an example of what you mean. I don't know exactly what we're talking about.
Right here. Now, we've all seen this type of ad. Sid Starling, Hair Group for Men.
Right.
All right, where you have before and after. And I was reading a magazine, and I saw this, and then halfway through the magazine, there was a joke ad at Marilyn Quayle's expense.
Funny. That's the kind of stuff you don't apparently care for.
No, and this is what I want to do. I want to get out there and do this as much as possible.
Anything else that bugs you about that?
Yes, I have something else. And this really, at first I was delighted with it, and then I was very disappointed. It said, send away for a Bush Quail Army helmet. And so I did. And if you want to be George Bush, you simply put it on with the name George.
Yeah.
And if you want to be Dan Quayle, you just turn the name to Danny. And I said, this was very nice because at least they respect the fact that he was in the National Guard.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Well, the fine print said, if you really want to be Dan Quayle in the Army, push this little black button down.
Just press it?
Yes.
And Mickey Mouse ears pop up on a camouflage helmet. Army helmet.
thought it was kind of funny myself. Can I bring up the problem? You remember when you contacted us some time ago? You wanted to see if you could do Stump the Band on your show?
Well,
and I said, sure.
I have my own show on Showtime, and it's been a dream of mine. I love Stump the Band because when you do it, you never know what's going to happen. You talk to the people in the audience, and they request all kinds of songs. And then if Doc can't play them, you give away dinners.
Right.
And so I called you up and I said, Donnie, can I do this? And you said...
Johnny.
And you said, sure, go ahead. And I did it on my show. And
it's a lot of fun, isn't it? How'd it work out?
It didn't work out very well. What happened was...
It was a simple thing.
Yeah, but my band didn't show up. And I had a substitute band who didn't know any songs. It cost me $1,500. And
$1,500?
I found out tonight that you were responsible for the whole thing.
You had to buy the dinners?
Yes, I had to buy the dinners, and I found out you were responsible, so you played a good joke on me.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. Okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back, and then I guess you have a book also.
Yes, I got
Valentine's Day book. So we're right back. Here's a word from Michelob Taste. More taste and you'll drink.
Have you seen this space age
an
roofing
ad, so I'm
product
gonna
that
dump
lowers
out of
energy
this.
bills?
And play another quick clip. Quick clip my ass. Well, hang on. Let's listen to a little more of this.
All right, we return now. For those of you who just... Now, for those of you who just joined, it's kind of a special night. Super Dave Osborne is here tonight. Now, I didn't know about the political anti-joke movement, but I did not know you got a new book.
Well, yes, we do.
Something about Valentine's Day coming up?
Absolutely. It's called Dear Super, and it's Letters of Hope. And I've had people write to me through the years about relationships and relationships that were on the verge of breaking up. Yet they persevered, and they tell in this book how they make it. And
so it's kind of a message of hope for people?
Absolutely. And it's a beautiful gift for Valentine's Day. And if you're having trouble in your relationship and you read the hardships that these people went through, it'll really give you a boost.
It makes your troubles seem much smaller, I suppose.
Absolutely. It's very tasty and nice. And, you know, people laugh at emotions.
Yeah, I know that.
And this will give you a chance to really be alone.
Could you give us, say, a pre-Valentine letter or
I certainly
something?
will. I have one letter that I just love because these two people fought incredible hardships to really make it. It was sent to me by a Cliff Gregory, and it concerns a man named Tom and a girl named Janet. And Tom and Janet had similar problems. Tom had incredibly bad foot odor, and Janet had unusually bad breath. And because of this, they would go around all day long looking at the ground. They would go to work looking at the ground. They would work all day looking at the ground and go home looking at the ground. Well, one day after work, Tom left work, Janet left work, and they were walking home in opposite directions. And lo and behold, they bumped into each other. Their heads popped up, and it was the first time either one of them had ever made eye contact with another human being. Well, needless to say, love swept over the two of them. And they began to float down the street with love. The first hotel they came to, they floated into the lobby, and Tom said, "Give me your best room." And the manager said, "How about the penthouse?" Tom said, "Fine." He said, "There's the elevator." He said, "Forget it, we'll float up the stairs with love." So they floated up the stairs with love, and when they came to the penthouse, they opened the door, and Tom said, "Janet, my darling, you go into your bathroom and prepare. I'll go into my bathroom and prepare. I'll meet you in the bedroom in 5 minutes." Janet ran to her bathroom. Tom ran to his bathroom, and he was getting undressed on the way. He was so excited. And when he got into the bathroom, he shut the door, she shut her door, and they began to prepare for their nightly ritual to take care of their problem. First, Tom boiled his feet in Lysol, wrapped them in towels, and set them on fire. And Janet was gargling with pool chlorine. All of a sudden, the doors sprung open, and they flew into each other's arms under the cover. And Tom grabbed Janet's face and started to embrace her. And she lowered her head onto his chest, and she said, "Thomas, my darling, before we embrace, I have to tell you a secret about myself." He said, "I already know, my sweetheart. You ate my socks."
Kind of a sweet, inspiring story for them.
And there's a lot of them in there, and I
Valentine's
think it's
Day
a beautiful thought.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I wish you good luck with the
Thank
book.
you, and it's a pleasure being here.
Before you leave, I want to thank you for being here. I want to congratulate you on your award you received from the North American Highway Patrol Association.
Well, yes,
That's a nice honor.
I did receive an award. Actually, I did a video for them. There's something going around our cities and all over the world called bump and rob.
I've heard of that.
Where on the freeways, someone will bump into you, you will pull over, they will get out, and as you look at the damage, they will rob you and sometimes attack you. So the North American Highway Patrol Association said, "Super, would you do a video for us explaining what to do?"
That's great.
So I did one, and Fuji Hakahito, my assistant, was supposed to bump into me. I was going to
There's a demonstration of...
Absolutely. I built like a little road with a bus picture, and I
Sure.
stopped at the bus picture. and Fuji was supposed to bump into me in his vehicle, get out, and try to rob me, and I was going to show you what to do.
That must have been very effective.
Well, I had a little mishap, so I'm making another video, but I want to thank them for the award and thank you for being here.
Well, why don't we show them at least the video you did?
I don't want to show that because
I understand that. I think the audience, they sent it over here, and I think the least we could do is to show what you did try to accomplish. Just watch the monitor here, and you'll see this video.
Traffic, I'm listening to the radio. I'm not paying too much attention, and I look and holy cow, a bus picture.
Visual.
Now, here's your first safety lesson.
He's in a little car, looks like a Le Car. I've got to cut the clip because it's pretty visual. And I want to play a little bit of his first episode. You know what? Wait a second. Wait a minute. One more. 1989, David Letterman.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to this show the greatest daredevil superstar entertainer of our time, Super Dave Osborne.
Super Dave sweatshirt for you, and a little 15 and a half for the court.
Yeah, that's it exactly. As a matter of fact, that's very nice of you. I really appreciate it because not most people will bring stuff out, but this actually will fit. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll tell you something. I receive a lot of gifts.
Yeah.
And when I receive clothing that isn't my size, to me, I'm saying the guy didn't need to bring it.
It's a little of,
It's a lack of respect.
Exactly. No, this would be just perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is great. Exactly my size.
It's huge. Paul Schaefer is holding it up. It's like quadruple XXL. Ha, ha, ha.
You have a good Thanksgiving? Great. You know, I was watching your show, and it occurs to me, have you ever done this? Have you ever thought about having celebrities video those stunts? I know they're very dangerous.
Well, I know what I'm doing. And if I were to involve a celebrity without a lot of practice and years of experience in that, there could be a serious accident. We could be involved in a lawsuit. Sure. I tried something with a superstar on one of my shows, and it was almost a total disaster. So that was a good lesson. Fortunately, we didn't hear it. So it was actually taped. Listen, I talked to your producer, Billy, tonight. And he said there would be no tape. That's the deal we made. Yeah, I know it said they sent it over, and I'm here to push a book, so if we can just get out of that, I would love it.
Listen, look, Al, if you have the tape loaded up, let's go ahead and roll that. This would be. We'll just do it. And if it's a problem later, we'll take it out of the time.
I just know that this was a mistake involving a superstar, and we shouldn't be showing it.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, this will be fun. Kind of an inside glimpse behind the scenes show business. Here we go. Thanks, Al Gurney right there.
Visual, folks. I'm sorry about that. Let me fast forward. A car's speeding. It's doing a donut in the parking lot. It's been on its side, the car. Obvious stunt driver, precision driver in real life. The car just jumped through a billboard that said Super Dave on it. Obvious dummy flies out of the side window of the car. Insert the real Super Dave.
Yeah, guys, are we off? Yeah, we're off, yeah. I think I heard my color. I had a couple of questions on whether I just can't believe what you just did. I mean, you could have killed yourself before the show even started. What an incredible stunt. Last thing, that wasn't the stunt.
Ray Charles pops out of the car. He was driving. He's blind. Sight gag, get it?
Who was that? Great Charles. Yeah, I know. But it was fun to look at, wasn't it? All right, go 42 miles, 28 of them in a circle. The other thing we can look at? What's showing? Let's do it commercial. We'll get to the bucket. I don't know him personally. There was a session. Well, I haven't had the opportunity, but I'd love to play this. Yes, I do. What about golf? I play golf too. Softball? Can we just push the book? Basketball? Yeah, I play basketball. I play football. I box. I wrestle. I play hockey. Are you a bowler? Yeah, the book, Letters of Hope, Super Dave Osborne. This is, I guess, the original. Now, this is very well. Well, I can thank you very much for the support of Showtime and you have given me. This sold out. It's not paperback. Yeah. And that's great. And I think you read a couple excerpts on the show. I read a beautiful story on the show, and this one dealt with letters that people have sent me throughout the years, showing how if your love relationship has a problem, you can overcome anything. It's nothing you do insurmountable. Absolutely. And then this would be, I guess, the sequel. And when you're looking at your books, so look for volume 2. That's right. You know, both of these fellows, I can't help but notice that you're really a very good-looking man. So do you have? What about camping? Do you ever go camping? Do you have anything? I would love to read a story. Sure, there you go. This is a book. I get millions of letters, and what we did is we're grouping them into books now, and this one has to do with father-daughter, father-son, mother-daughter relationships. No more important than it is now. Absolutely. And there's one letter in here that is absolutely beautiful, and beautiful for the holidays. It shows how a father begins to understand his daughter at a later age in life. It's absolutely beautiful. And it was said to be by Madeline Mandel. And the father's name is Joe. I won't do the last name. It seems that one evening, Joe went into his daughter Janet's bedroom. And there was a vibrator on the bed. And Janet came into the bedroom, and the father said, "What's going on here? What is happening?" And she said, "Listen, Daddy, I'm 45 years old." It's really ugly. I'm 45 years old. I still live at home. I hate my job. I don't have a man. I have to have a life. So the father shrugs his shoulders and walks out of the bedroom. The next night, Janet comes home from work, and the father is sitting at the bar, and he's got a martini in one hand and a vibrator in the other. And she says, "Daddy, what are you doing?" And he says, "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a drink with my son-in-law." It's just about the ugliest thing I've ever heard. Volume 2, so look for the little Roman numeral 2 there on your bookstore. Now, we have some more cases. Do you want to? I don't want to show any more cases that are going to affect. I know what was said. Is it true that I'm part of an association to hold some kind of highway? The Taglines Society of North America. Right. And what I was going to do with my stud coordinator, Fuji, the single side of North America believes that if I could promote singing along, it will end highway profanity. Because you can't sing a sing in your car. Absolutely. I see. So I was going to go on a 5-day, 5,000-mile trip, and Fuji prepared this bus, state-of-the-art inside. 1,000 miles a day. And on top, we have stage lounges and patio furniture and an exercise bike and a barbecue and upright piano. And I was going to sing
while traveling, and there was a slight problem. I don't want to show this thing. Because I was doing it. Go ahead and roll it. Let's see his 5-day journey around America. Great. Why don't you follow me to the county line? Okay, I get to see what
County line.
Sure. Okay, first, start the bus.
He's playing piano. Super Dave is sitting at a piano on a barge. You know, I might as well play Marv Albert doing his sports bloopers. You know, this is not audio friendly. Super Dave Osborne. Oh, and he went through a tunnel. Obvious dummy. Went through a tunnel and he got crushed on top of the back of his truck on a barge. Oh, he was great. And I'm just going to quickly play a little bit of his very first solo episode, and then we'll sign off for the week. Get this to play here from Showtime. This is the opening segment of his first episode.
Hello, everybody. This is Mike Walden. Welcome to the Super Dave Osborne Show, starring the greatest daredevil entertainer of our day, the one and the only Super Dave Osborne. Unfortunately, as can happen in any show, we've got a little bit of a problem tonight. The Super One has yet to arrive. Now, I know this has to be killing him because he's waited for this moment his whole life. And it's a shame because he had such a terrific show planned for you with a special guest star, the one and the only Ray Charles, and some great surprises. Frankly, I have no idea why the Super One is so late. But please stay tuned because I am certain he's going to be along any moment now. In all of the years that we have been working together, he has yet to miss a show. Tonight will be no exception, I am sure. Wait a minute. What's that I hear now? Hey, get the cameras over there right now. You know what? The Super One is surprising us with the stunt of his life. Wow! What an incredible human being. Whoa! Look out!
It's the same skit we heard the clip of. This car speeding along in a parking lot sideways, and the punchline is it's Ray Charles. So I'm going to sign off. I want to just say to Mr. Einstein in heaven, thanks for the laugh. Super Dave Osborne was a great, great character, and I loved watching him every week on Bizarre. And I want to thank everyone that tuned in. This was another long one, almost 5 hours. God, I need to do some editing when I write and plan and do my show prep. I need to read everything. I stumble on words too much, and I need to edit it down. But I want to thank everybody, Hunter, Becky, anyone that commented and watched. It's been a tough weekend if you're a Georgia Bulldog fan, but I still predict, well, I'm not going to say shit because I always jinx all the teams that I love. I want to thank everyone. Hope you have a great week. Everyone who watched and listened on fistfulofradio.com. Happy holidays, everybody. Hope you had a great Hanukkah. Hope you have a great New Year's and Christmas. And we'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. Have a great week. I think I said that 5 times now.